Okay, I think we're live again today. We're going to do some pivot tables in Python. And let's see, let's go over to the real Python article there. There we go. And yeah, so we started that up yesterday. Got our sales data loaded in. Let me go through what I'm going to do today. Let's see. Yeah, let me bounce over. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. I thought this would work always. Show windows from this app always. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. All right. Switch over to plan. Okay, so the U.S. Patent Office has canceled this meeting for today. So we're gonna delete this. Another meeting canceled. Another federal jobs thing canceled for today, for this week. Might be from the whatchamacallit, the executive order put out by Trump about the communication, maybe with outside communication between. Actually, I have to do something. Let's see. Health agencies. Well, that was just health agencies, right? It's not. Maybe it's this thing. So, unfortunately, we have to pay attention to this. No, they do focus on merit, practical skill, and dedication. They yeah, sure. Dedication to the Constitution is always, it's just an oath, right? I mean, why would you take a job in the federal government if you didn't believe in the idea of the Constitution, at least, right? Owen's commitment to the invented concept of gender. Okay, this is such bullshit. Of course. Like, I get really excited about searching for jobs, and then this fucking asshole, of course, comes in and makes this a pain in the ass. Yeah. What a fucking joke. Upholding the rule of law. What a joke. Government-wide time to hire to under 80 days. I mean, these all sound like some of these sound pretty nice, right? All right, so we need to pay attention to this. This is what's affecting us right now. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. Yeah, I need to set up a new day job hunt. Day 11. It's day 11 here today. We got pivot tables in Python. Let's Should get the chat going as well. Let's see. Get that up real quick. I just need to copy the current address. Save that there. And go on back there. Should be good now. There we go. Oh, wait, it says stop chat. Change this to live chat. Also want to like share this with people on Blue Sky and see if we can see if anybody else to show up today. Okay, so we have that in the bottom there. I guess that's fine. I don't like the way that it does that. Like, I wish I could get rid of this little, that welcome to live chat, remember to guard your privacy. I guess, does that disappear? Hopefully it disappears. So yesterday we did univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, multivariate analysis, contingency tables, hexagonal binning. So we did univariate analysis earlier, right? That was the mean and variance estimators, bivariate analysis being relationships between two variables, and specifically we did numerical values, right? Numerical variables, and calculating the correlation. Multivariate analysis, you can use contingency tables, right? When we're looking at two or more categorical variables. Did hexagonal binning for the two numerical variables with the records binned into hexagons. Well, hexagonal binning, yes, hexagonal binning for the numerical, right? And then so you can also, I guess we're also doing stuff like that for density of two numeric variables. So we didn't really do what do we do with categorical variables? I don't remember. Do we do anything? Not really. Not really with categorical. So categorical and numerical data. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a gap there. Yeah, it didn't really go over much about categorical because like should be able to like look at pandas and the what do I want to say? The describe function, the data frame, and how you can do either description of numerical data or of categorical. If you do both, it just makes a really messy table. Actually, we'll put on notes. I'll put that there. That's what we're going to take care of today. We're going to create those. Just delete these. We didn't really get to that. Actually, I guess I will copy that over as well. We did start on it. Okay. All right, there's one other thing I need to do just before I get started. I'm going to take that off screen. Check my mail. We will add it to the calendar so it shows up. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to do the weekly review. in the morning because I've got stuff to do. Afternoon. Okay, let me just get this link all set up here. Sure. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Okay, bear with me for a moment as I get this set up. A shareable link. Do that and then go to 11. Our notes there, and I'm gonna get send a message on Blue Sky. Actually, maybe I can do that right from. I'm gonna test that. Should be able to do that right from here. Blue Sky tab, open tab. What's on my mind? Let's do yeah. Yeah, seems to have posted. Okay. All right, so let's get started here. Got my sales data loaded there in folder there. Got it loaded in as a data frame. So let's call it the sales DF, right? Sales data frame. Let's use that describe function. Let's see with the numerical stuff going on. Numerical summary statistics. The count, what, 5,000? It's weird that they put the exponential notation there, the scientific notation. Yeah, count is just 5,130. Mean. Oh, the order number. That doesn't so that doesn't really matter. Employee number, employee ID. That's not gonna make any sense. But the the things that do make sense are the quantity and the unit price and the sale price. So I think order number is probably going to be what we want the index to be. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show quantity, unit price, and sale price. Okay. All right. So let's go through what we're going to do with this pivot table. Let me take a look at some of the sales data frame. Actually, I always like to do sample better. Give me 10 rows of a sample. There we go. Order ID or order number. We could probably set the order number as the index if that is even going to matter. Okay. So there is quite a lot of categorical data. So I was wondering like how you can get the information on categorical data. So you can do like value counts on each of them. Is kind of what I was like looking for with that. Sales DF. Let's look for like what was the include object or something like that, I guess. No. How do you do it? Use object just without the capitals. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. You can get the counts of the employee name. I like it. It says top and then the frequent, right? It doesn't even make any sense, does it? Although, wait, what does top mean in the sense? Is it the most? Is it like the mode? I'm not even sure. Customer name, customer type. So this is kind of like you can get the number of unique, right? Number of unique values. 44 employee names, 9 job titles, 9 sales regions, 731 order dates. So spanning like 2 years, just about. Order type, only 2. Customer type is only 2. 2,417 customer names, 49 customer states. So we're missing. But it's yeah, curious which one that is. Product category. There are 3 of those. There's 67 product numbers, and there are 67 product names. Should be matching there, right? Makes sense. Okay. So now I did initial look at the data frame. And I'm going to dive into the real Python. This article, I'm going to actually share. Let me share the article in the chat if you have access to that. You need to have a real Python subscription, but if you don't, then never fear, because we're just going to go right through this one here. So a pivot table is a data analysis tool that allows you to take columns of raw data from a pandas data frame, summarize them, and then analyze the summary data to reveal its insights. Pivot tables allow you to perform common aggregate statistical calculations. Just bring up pivot table. My notes on that. I took some notes yesterday on this. So often the information a pivot table produces reveals trends and other observations your original raw data hides. So pivot tables were originally implemented in early spreadsheet packages and are still a commonly used feature of the latest ones. They can also be found in modern database applications and in programming languages. In this tutorial, you'll learn how to implement a pivot table in Pandas in Python using Pandas's data frame pivot table method. Before you start, you should familiarize yourself with what a pandas data frame looks like, how you can create one. Knowing the difference between a data frame and a pandas series will also prove useful. So I'm guessing that they're going to have, yeah, it's a reference to the documentation here. And actually, I want to let me fix my notes. Data frame, and then sources here. We have that. And then we can do sources and resources. Sources that were resourced. So, wait a minute. Data frame is what we want. Rectangular data in that. So we'll get references to the Python in my notes there. So in addition, you may want to use the data analysis tool Jupyter Notebook, and there's a real Python tutorial on that, as well as Jupyter Lab. You need to know the basics of that. Interesting that they go through the terminal here to PDF. Interesting, notebook converts. Never used that. I do have Pandoc installed. Jupyter Lab for an enhanced notebook experience is the article on Jupyter Lab. Basically spins up a local web server for you. I think, right? See if they mention that too. It starts a web browser. Yeah. I think the last time I used it, it was like basically spinning up a little local web server that you can access in your browser. And other thing you need in the tutorial is, of course, the data. So you have sales presentation dashboards. It's freely available for you to use under the Apache 2.0 license. The data has been made available for you in the sales data CSV file that you can download. By clicking the link below, I have that in here. I don't even know how you'd share that, except for if I put this up on GitHub or something. This table provides an explanation of the data you will use throughout this tutorial. So we have a column name and the data type. And now in this tutorial, we're using the PyArrow implementation of data types, the PyArrow data types, rather than the NumPy data types for the numerical datas, right? Except maybe it does come back with NumPy. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, honestly. So description is the other column that we're going to focus on here, right? So we're not focusing on anything else except for the description. Nice. Okay. I don't even see that on here. Where is the description? Let's try to see. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. So we're looking at the columns here. So these are the columns that are in the data set. Yeah. Definitely need some coffee to get started here. Okay, so we're going to look at order number, employee ID. So an order number is unique, so we could use that as the index. Employer's identifier is a unique. Yeah, that's unique to the employee, right? But I'm curious. Okay, so yeah, I guess the order number, though. Wait a minute. Yeah, order number I think was unique. Okay, yeah. So when they say unique, I think they mean unique in the data set. Yeah, must be. Employee name is the employee's full name. Job title is the employee's job title. So we have int64s for the numerical data, except for unit price and sale price, which are doubles, and then everything else string except for order date, which is going to be a timestamp. And what's that NS? I think that maybe like it goes into the nanoseconds or something, or the units are nanoseconds. Not sure. Okay. Employee name, job title, sales region, order date, order type, customer type, customer name, customer state, product category, product number, product name, quantity, unit price, and sale price. So as you can see, the table stores data for a fictional set of orders. Each row contains information about a single order. You'll become more familiar with the data as you work through the tutorial and try to solve the various challenge exercises contained within. So I was just a little thrown off because like an order could contain more than one product, right? But apparently each order is just an individual product, a purchase of an individual product, right? Yeah. So throughout the tutorial, we'll use the, wait a minute, did I miss something? You'll become more familiar, is worth it, self-areas, all right. You'll use a pandas library to allow you to work with data frames in the newer PyArrow library. The PyArrow library provides pandas with its own optimized data types, which are faster and less memory intensive than the traditional NumPy types pandas use by default. So I'm going to go actually back to my my note on this. Let's see here, pivot tables in Python, how to create a pivot tables in Python. And I want to highlight that for myself. That's something to note here, right? PyArrow library provides pandas with its own optimized data type. So I'm going to go ahead and take that note right here, from here, here. There we go. Faster and less memory intensive than the traditional memory NumPy ones. So that's what PyArrow does. It's more optimized here, so that we can use in 8 and 16 and 32. Yeah, I think like yeah, it infers different sizes for the numerical types and some other optimizations here. Nice. Okay. Okay, so there is already a link to that from there. Good. Apache Arrow. Okay. If you're working at the command line, you can install both pandas and PyArrow using Python -m pip install pandas PyArrow. So that -m means that you're using the module. So you're calling Python using the Python executable and the module pip, and you're installing pandas and pyarrow. Everything after install can be treated like an item in a list. Pyarrow. So I already have this installed. So you do the same thing. I already have it installed and I have a virtual environment for this. You can check out virtual environments, a primer to get up to speed on virtual environments if you wish. If you're working within a Jupyter notebook or any IPy notebook with a Jupyter kernel, which we have here, or the IPy kernel, you need a interactive Python kernel. So, which I think when you install IPython or the IPy kernel, this IPy kernel, you get dependencies: IPy notebook, IPython, Jupyter client, Jupyter core. Those things I think come with that, come along with that there, if I remember correctly. You can then read your data into data frame now. Okay, right? So we've got that all set. We already read into the data frame, but we want to do some alterations here. Sales data CSV. We're going to do parse dates so that we get the data types being correct. So if I were to take this current thing here and I look at salesdf.info, I can see the data types, right? And there is a date here. The order date is the data type is listed as an object, which we don't want because we want it to be able to do some analysis on that date. Like we were not going to be able to easily do analysis on certain months, certain years, or days of the month. And then it's just going to be a lot easier to parse the dates. So we're going to parse this column, the order date, as a date, and then you're going to see this become a timestamp data type afterwards. Day first. I'm not sure what that means. What does that mean? Day first. See what that means. They're going to explain this. So we'll leave that like that, and then we're going to convert the data types to pyarrow data types. Pyarrow data types in the background. And then let's see what changes here. Float 64, int 64, an object. Now we have doubles, 2 doubles, pyarrow, 3 int 64s, 10 strings, and 1 timestamp. Let's see minutes of that. Yeah. So let's see what this does. So first of all, you used import pandas to make the library available, right? And we import it as PD. And we construct a data frame and read it into the sales data variable and used pandas' read CSV function. The first parameter refers to the file being read, of course. And the second parameter, parse dates, highlights that the order date column has data that is intended to be read as the 8 times 64 type. It does just come back as timestamp. So this is probably a mistake. It's got to be a timestamp. Oh wait, no. Yeah, so initially it does become that. Okay, they're being thorough here. 8 times 64 is the NumPy type, but there's an issue that will prevent this from happening in your source file. The order dates are in day, May, month, year. So that's the I think that's the like European and other parts of the world, besides the United States. So United States uses month, day, year. So tell read CSV that the first part of each date represents a day. You also set the day first parameter to true. That's interesting. Okay. This allows read CSV to now read the order dates as date times 64 NS types. With order dates successfully read as date time 64 nanosecond types, the convert D types method can then successfully convert them to a timestamp in nanoseconds pi arrow data type and not the more general string pi arrow type it would have otherwise done. So although this may seem a bit circuitous, your efforts will allow you to analyze data by date should you need to do this. Yeah. If you want to take a look at the data, you can run sales data head 2. This will let you see the first 2 rows of your data frame. When using .head, it's preferable to do so in a Jupyter notebook because all of the columns are shown. Many Python REPLs show only the first and last few columns unless you set pd.set option display in max columns and none before you run head. So the max columns being the parameter to set the maximum number of columns naturally, right, that are displayed. If you want to verify that pi arrow types are being used, sales data.d types will confirm it for you. As you'll see, each data type contains pi arrow in its name. So there's a note here. If you're experienced in data analysis, you're no doubt aware of the need for data cleansing. This is still important as you work with pivot tables, but it's equally important to make sure your input data is also tidy. So we'll talk about what tidy is, and there's a Wikipedia article on data cleansing and tidy data by Hadley Wickham. Interesting. And there's a paper on that. Do I want to read that? I think I might want to. I'm going to put that in my assets for my note here. Do this, and I'm going to put that as a resource here. Referenced here with VI PDF. Come on, it's got to be here. Search for it. There it is. And then we can open it up in a different thing here. Defining tidy data is good. I need to find some way of managing PDF files in Obsidian, like so the way that like you do it with like Zotero and stuff. Huh. That's an aside. Need to follow Brian Jenks for doing that kind of stuff. I think that's his workflows. Zotero to Obsidian. I really wish there was something better, or not better, but something more easy to deal entirely in Obsidian with PDF files, but it's kind of stretching what Obsidian is supposed to do. But so it definitely wouldn't be a core feature, but it would be a plugin maybe. Still important you work with pivot tables, but yeah, so we're going to talk about tidy data. So tidy data is organized as follows. So each row should contain a single record or observation. Each column should contain a single observable variable, and each cell should contain an atomic value. And in fact, I'm just going to make a note. Tidy data. Tidy data. Clean. Data analytics. Stats. So we'll talk about that. So definition of tidy data. And actually, we can probably just get that from the from this. Defining tidy data. Standard way of mapping the meaning of a data set. So we're just going to take this definition from here. And you know what? I'm actually gonna, yeah. Well, I guess we could like create a note for every PDF file, couldn't we? We could. Uh, yeah, new article or something. Let's see if that works. Oh, well, no, I need to flesh that out a little better. For now, I think what I'll just do is like I'm gonna put the annotations here. Annotator target, I think is the name of the thing I need to do. Let me go with v59i pen.pdf. And then we should be able to go into annotator mode. Annotation target, it's not that. Okay. Markdown. There we go. More information. Cannot load the script. Well, that's weird. Why not? Huh. We can get rid of this stuff and then see that. Why is that? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. No, it's not that. Oh, that's odd. Okay, then. Well, we'll just do the definition then. Yeah. And let's open that up then. Okay. I'm just going to put this to the side actually. Do that. Tidy data. Do the definition from here. Just copy it from. Copy that. Okay. Tidy data is a standard way of mapping the meaning of a data set to its structure. Data set is messy or tidy depending on how rows, columns, and tables are matched up with each observations. In tidy data, each variable forms a column, each observation forms a row. Each type of observational unit forms a table. And we'll okay, and then there's also another definition that we go with here. This is good to know. Copy that and paste it right here. Study data is organized as follows. So we'll do this as from there. Okay. Okay. Each row should contain a single record or observation. Each column should contain a single observable or single observation or a variable, right? Yeah. This sounds like normalizing, though. Each type of observable unit forms a table. Observational unit. Okay, that's kind of odd. Way to phrase that. Okay. All right, back to it here. So if you tidy your data in this way as part of your data cleansing, you'll also be able to analyze it better. For example, rather than store address details in a single address field, it's usually better to split it down, excuse me, into house number, street name, city, and country component fields. This allows you to analyze it by individual streets, cities, or countries more easily. Okay. The same might be said of months and dates, with dates. So splitting it up into months and then days and years. So having 3 columns then, month, date, and year. Or month, day, and year. In addition, you'll also be able to use the data from individual columns more readily in calculations. For example, if you had columns room length and room width, they can be multiplied together to give you room area information. If both values are stored together in a single column in a format, such as 10 by 5, the calculation becomes more awkward. Right. Not that it's like more, it's just, it just becomes more awkward. Like you could always like parse out like the string and then you have to like do a whole bunch of like redundant steps for like creating a new column or doing the calculation where you want to strip away one part of it or split the string. around the X and then strip away the white space, right? Um, and then convert that string to a number, right? So you might as well, like, if you do it up front, that there. So I mean, the drawback is that you are storing more data in your in memory in data in your data frame for pandas, which means that the local memory is going to be greater. Let's see, hang on one second. Yeah, okay. Okay, so right, the data within the sales data CSV file is already in suitably clean and tidy format for you to use in this tutorial. However, not all raw data you acquire will be. So I guess with the order date being a timestamp, it is a little bit easier to do calculations with it, right? To strip away the month and to order it by, you know, to group by month or group by year, do those kind of things. So to do this, we'll learn the basics of the pivot table method, and I guess this is what we're going to take a look at in depth. Okay, I'm going to actually save that as one of my resources. Close that down. Okay. Data frame pivot table. What's the difference? Maybe look at the differences between those. Wide to long and long to wide. So at the end of this, so tomorrow I think I'll do or Monday I'm going to do the interactive quiz to test my knowledge that I get from here today. Let's see how to create your first pivot table with pandas. So this is going to be where we get into the first section here. Okay. And I can actually bring up the outline here. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be the intro. And okay. Is there a subsection here? No. That's okay. Kind of want there to be one. Oops. Add above. I'm just going to make the document a little bit neater here and do what are we doing? Get the data. So I'll call that. Okay. Alrighty. I need to take a quick break actually before we start this section. So I'm going to take a quick one and we'll be back in a minute here. Okay, so I'm back and we're going to take a look at calculating the total sales for each type of order in each region. And let's create a markdown cell here. Get rid of that side thing here. Triple hashes here. Calculate the total sales for each type of order for each region. Now, how would I do that? So, been a while. Been a while since I've done this. So, pivot table method supports so many parameters you feel a little overwhelmed. Don't worry. Take things one step at a time. Think them through carefully beforehand. You'll be constructing insightful pivot tables in no time. Before you create a pivot table, you should first consider how you want the data to be displayed. Okay. So they're already giving me what it's supposed to look like, but total sales for each type of order for each region. So we want sales. So you're going to have a region type. You're going to have a type of each order. I mean, the region can have different types of orders, right? So it can have, yeah. So how are we going to do that? Oh, yeah, that's what they're going to do. So each region is going to have retail, wholesale for each type of order. Right. Okay. Now let's see what do we have? Really? Come on. There we go. Yeah, let's see. What do we have? What do we have here? We have values, we have index, we have columns. Let me just actually go over and look at. I think I'm going to try to look at the example. Oops. I'm going to go and look at the documentation here. So we take in a data parameter here. We take in values, which has none. Oh, does it like, I guess it infers what pivot table you want if you don't pass anything else in. That's kind of weird. Right. Okay. So there's a lot of things I need to refresh my memory with here. Multi-index objects, right? Hierarchical indexes on the index and columns of the result data frame. So we could end up with a region in one referring to two different order types, right? From one row with the region and one order type and another row with the same region and a different order type. You could end up with that, right? That's not exactly what we want from this, so we have to specify how we're going to do that. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I just don't have much memory of like using pivot tables. I thought that like I had a good handle on them a couple years ago, and then somehow that all left my brain. Index none, columns none, ag function mean. The aggregating function is defaulting to mean. The filled value, so if there's missing values, right, you're going to fill in with something. In case there's no values, I think, right? Fill value could be because you could have it as like an empty string or as something else, as some other default, or for categorical things or for numerical things, you might set it for 0, or you might just drop it, right? Drop NAs. Margins false. So that's what I think, right? Yes. Fill value is to replace missing values with in the resulting pivot table after aggregation. Okay. Okay. Sort equals true. So margins equal false. By default, you can set margins to be there. So the margin being like the marginal count. So the counts on the row counts, and then the row counts on the right side and the column counts on the bottom. Which gives you like the marginal distributions, right? Data frame. Values, column or columns to aggregate are the values. That's going to be a list like or a scalar. Interesting. Value, so scalar, you could be like putting in one or number of columns you want. Index, so you want to choose an index, right? The keys to group by on the pivot table index. That's interesting. So the keys to group by. If a list is passed, it can contain any of the other types. So actually, let me try to start with it. So if I want my data to be sales DF. And let's just try to build this out. Try to build it out from trying to read the documentation. You want values. The values are going to be the columns that we want, or the column to aggregate. And from our thing here, we wanted sales region, right? That's actually the index I think we want. I think the index is what we want. The order type, I think, is what we're looking for, right? Order type. Yeah. And the index, let's see if this is right. Keys to group by if a list is passed. Right. Values being a column or columns to aggregate. Yeah, I don't understand this. There's three things here that I'm not quite getting. The values, the index, and the columns. What should be the values? What should be the index? What should be the columns? Hmm. Um, so the value, I think the index we want to be, we want it to be the sales region, right? So that's going to be sales region, sales underscore region. Okay. What happens if I do that? It's going to be an error, right? Unexpected is the data. Oh, because that's right. That's implicit. That's implicit. Okay. So values and index. That's going to give it. So the aggregate function. I think what the aggregate function we want is going to be the sum, I think. And the ag function failed because it's on string. Okay. Fun. And then the keys to group by. So the keys to group by is the order type, right? So maybe it's not the values. What is the values? Values. Oh, right. We got to pick which value we're doing. Order type and right. Value type or index can be the sales region. Order type should be the columns because we want to split up those columns by the type, right? We want to create columns for each type. One column for each type. Okay, and then what were we doing? Were we doing sale price or something like that? Is that what our question was? What was the question? The total sales for each type of order in each region. So we want sale price. That's the value. So reading this trace back here, the add function failed because it's trying to do a sum on a string, basically. Okay, so the order types is what it's trying to do. It's trying to sum up the order types. It doesn't know what to do with the sum value. So, sales price. Invalid syntax. We need a comma there. Sales price is a key error. Sale price. Not sales price, sale price. I think that might be what we're looking for. Close. And then we just need to, yeah, okay, that's it. But then we just need to get the, if we want to make them strings with the dollar sign there, with the dollar format. I think you can do that with this. So I think that's the way we do this. Fill value to fill in missings and margins true. So values are going to be the value that we're trying to sum up. Yeah, right. The metric that we're trying to aggregate. We're trying to get the sale price in this sense, this case. The index is going to be that first multi-index thing with the sales region, right? The columns is going to be a column that you want to put, basically take all, what did we call them? Factors? I think we call them factors. Take all possible values for the category and turn them into columns. Okay. Good. Then we need to choose an aggregate function. So we could choose the mean. So if we did the mean, we could do something else and we could do the mean that way. But we could do the sum. Okay, cool. Cool. Aggregate function, the fill value to replace missing values, the margins. We could do the margins. So the margins aren't there. It's false by default? I thought it was true by default. Margins is false by default. And then the margins name is all. So I could change the margins name. So I could change margins to equal true, and then I could say margins name is total. Right. Cool. Okay, and then we have our marginal distribution there too as well. Observe, this only applies if any of the groupers are categoricals. If true, only show observed values for categorical groupers. Okay. All right, so I survived trying to just reason my way through the documentation. So that's good. That's a good sign. Now, let's take that loose knowledge that I apparently have on this, and let's try to clarify it and try to see if we can take things a step further and actually understand what's happening here. With so much data at the table. All right, so if you take steps one at a time, think them through carefully beforehand, you'll be constructing insightful pivot tables in no time. Before you create a pivot table, you should first consider how you want the data to be displayed. One approach would be to have a separate column for each product category and a separate row for each region. The total sales for each product category for each region could then be placed in the intersection of each row and column. And after thinking it through, you scribble down some thoughts and calculate some sample results to help you visualize what you want. You're happy with this, so next you need to translate your plan into the parameters required by the dataframe.pivottable method. I'm going to actually save this image, or I can actually copy the image and then paste it in here. Yeah, interestingly enough, that's what that is. And that's what we want. That's what we got here. Okay, so you're happy with this. So next you translate your plan into parameters required for there. And in this case, the parameters you need are values, index, columns, and agfunc. And that's what we figured out. We figured out that we needed those ones. It's important to understand what these are for, because they're the core parameters and used in most pivot tables. So let's take a look at this. When is a pivot table? So let me add my notes on pivot tables here. Let's say the core parameters. And we'll just do a list. And we'll say values, which could be like something else in a different programming language, but we need to understand them in Python to try to translate them into something else. So if there's time, I'm going to try to do this in LibreOffice, which is a Excel equivalent, and yeah, I want to try to get that, try to achieve the same thing in there. So your pivot table will perform its calculations based on the sale price figures. These become the values passed to the values parameter, giving your pivot table the figures it needs to work with. Yeah. If you don't specify this parameter, the pivot table will use all numerical columns by default. Okay. So I'm going to write my own kind of definition here. And the values are the variables to the variables, right, the numeric variables that go into the ag func, basically, right? That go into the ag func. Or the variable. The variable or variables, numeric variables that go into the goes into the ag func. Okay. And it's kind of clunky, but that's how I would understand it. Numerical variables that go into the ag func. And the index I would say columns that go into the ag func. I'm saying column, but I guess it might not be. It doesn't necessarily need to be a column. I guess it could be a row as well. I don't know. The index is where you specify how the data is to be grouped. But it's like the initial group by, right? Because you're also grouping by. Yeah. I'm going to say the main column to group by. Yeah. You decided to produce a row of aggregated data based on the sales region field. So this will be passed as an index parameter. Okay. The columns are going to be the fields or variables that are the categorical variables, right? They're going to be categorical variables. I would say to be factored, right? If I said a factor, is it here? Yes. The data that can, yeah. So categorical data can be referred to as factors. So I'm going to say to be factored. So to factor something then is to take their individual values and separate them, right? Separate them into their individual. Something like that. I don't know. It's a little loose. maybe I'll gain some clarity later on with that. Okay, and then the ag func is probably the most straightforward there, right? This is the function that you tell your pivot table that you want to calculate, right? To create a simple pivot table, you set the ag func parameter to, in this case, the sum function. So now that you fully put your thought into the plan, you can go ahead and code your pivot table. And actually, in this sense, okay, so in here, we can do pd.set option, and this time we're going to set the option for displaying floats. I wonder if you can apply that to specific columns. That format. Oh, that's weird. It would be that. And so the values are the sale price. Index is the sales region. The columns are the order type. And the ag func is the sum. And so if I, excuse me. So if I get rid of the margins for a second, now we can reproduce the same thing that we had up top here. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Sales region, order type on that other thing. Sales region going vertically here and for each row, and then order type is the column. There we go. Okay. That's our first pivot table. Okay. So we created our first pivot table. And you use the parameters planned earlier to produce the pivot table, and then to produce to format the numbers correctly, we use the Python's string format mini language. And let's take a pop over to here for tidy strings. This is actually something I want to like dive deep into. It's not like, yeah, it's just something I want to do a deep dive on later on. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Very cool indeed. How much longer do we have? We're almost done with this section. We're gonna pause at the end of this one and take a quick little break. Okay. So this language is used in several places. In Python, it's most commonly with f strings. In this case, they're not using an f string. It's a format, but it is like the f string would just be an f preceding the quote here, and then not having the dot format, right? String interpolation, that stuff. Okay, so then if this language is used in several places in Python, you're already familiar with it in that context. You already have the heads up on how to use it here, and by passing display.float format to the set option, you define the format for floating point numbers. There. Right, and this sets it for the entire thing. So I think okay. We'll get to that in a second. I just wanted to take a look at whether or not this can be specified for specify the columns. Pandas options, nice. Yeah. Pressing scientific notation. That's interesting. That's kind of what I wanted to do as well. Maybe I'll just save this article on here. Add it to Obsidian. Obsidian. And I got upset. Okay, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, actually. And we'll go over that later. Do the 7. There we go. Okay. Pivot table node. Yeah, that stuff. I don't know if you're able to do that. So we define the format for floating point numbers from this point forward. They will be rounded to 2 decimal places. Use a comma as their thousand separator and be prefixed with the dollar currency symbol unless you want to keep this format. For your future floating point numbers, you'll need to reset the formatting to its default using the reset option. So I'll do that there. pd.reset option. Float format. Then I'll just delete that. And I'll save this. And then what we can do is to use a context manager, right? That's what that's called. Context management there. A lot of times you'll see that if you want to open up a file, you'll use context manager to open and then close the file. So it'll automatically like open something. It'll automatically close once it's at the end, once it's done running. So it will set an option and then it will stop the option from being, and then reset the option at the end. Oh, excuse me. So that with wait a minute, does not support that. With that, so it has to be as something, right? No, I mean that should work. With PD option. Oh, you actually. Option context. Oh, that's what we do. Okay. But the thing is, it didn't print it, didn't show it. For that reason, it's not used. But, okay. Okay, but what if we just did print then? Yeah, but it's not coming out pretty, right? It doesn't come out pretty. Starts not come out pretty, but we could. I guess what we could do is to save this as our like pivot. I don't actually. Sales by region, I could call it, and then like what I could do is say. There we go. I think that works. You just save it temporarily, and then you can show it and display it. So, I mean that is something you can do. Maybe I'll suggest that as a workaround there. While you're basically happy with your result, you feel that something is missing, and that's the totals, and you hadn't initially thought about including totals columns, but now realize that it would be useful to fix this. You consult the documentation to come up with the following solution. Margins true, and then the totals, right? So we did that before. You want the marginal distribution there, and we do get that. The thing I don't really like is the way that the table is formatted. I wish that like the totals were like in like bold or something. That would be better. And to add some finishing touches, you set the margins true and the margins name equals totals. The parameter margins true added new columns onto the right and bottom of your pivot table. Each contains the totals of the rows and columns respectively. The margins name parameter inserted totals labels instead of the default alls labels that would appear otherwise. So when you create a pivot table using pivot table, what gets returned is a new data frame. This means that anything you usually do with your data frames, you can also do with your pivot tables. For example, you can save them to files or use them in plots, right? So let's try to understand. Try the following exercise to test your understanding. We want to create so let's actually do this. Let's do going 4 deep here. Exercise. Planning and creating a pivot table. So I'm just going to actually copy this. And then we'll put it here. Oopsie. Create a pivot table that shows the highest sale price. Oh, and then right. So we have to. We're going to create a pivot table that shows the highest sale price for each sales region by product category. Highest sale price for each sales region by product category. So let's try to figure this out. So we're going to use the 2 decimal places are needed, and you should apply that. So we're going to use the same context manager. So we're going to use with pd.option context. We're going to do display.float underscore format. And we want to have the dollar currency. And we specify the format with, we want commas, and we want 2 decimal places. And you're going to specify that as a format specifier. So it's not calling the format function, it's just creating that format. Okay, and then from there, what I'm going to call this is going to be sales. I'm going to say max sale by region. Max sale by region. Yeah, and category. Max sale by region is going to be my sales DF. Pivot table. Oopsie. My values are going to be, so the values I want to calculate here, sale price. We want the highest sale price. So we want sale price here. The index is going to be the sales region. Again, same thing. The columns, though, in this sense, is going to be the product category. I think that's the one we're using. The ag func now, what we're going to use the max. And margins are going to be true, and then we'll do the same thing as before and say margins name is the totals. I should be consistent with my use of quotes here. And let's go ahead and call that like that. And I'm just going to do that. And then so from there, we're going to call max sale by region and see if this works. Sales by region. Wait, no, it's sales region. Okay, there it is. Okay, I think that's what we want. I think that's what we're looking for. You'll find one possible solution to this exercise in Solutions Jupyter Notebook included in the downloadable materials. And if you've made it this far, you now understand the most important principles of creating pivot tables. And but don't relax just yet, because there's still more exciting things for moi to learn, and for us, and for you, and for everybody who is watching. So read on to enhance your knowledge even further, and that's what we're going to do after I take a quick break and come back from there. I'm going to actually go get the solutions notebook up as well, and we can compare and see if I got it right. So be back in a few. Okay, so I made a in my haste made an error because I'm you got to read. You have to read. It's the ADHD in me, probably. That part is what's I don't know. I have difficulty reading. So this time each sales region should be in a separate column. I put sales region on the index. What I want, though, is for the sales region to be the columns. And the actually, let me just undo that for a second. I'm going to keep it like this, and then I'm just going to make a difference, a different thing here. Swapping the product category for the index and the sales region as the columns. That's going to give me what I want. Each column is a separate sales region. And that's what we have. And what we get is we get the maximum sale price from each region. And I think that's what we were looking for. So the Northeast olive oil should be $3,000. Let's just make sure that that looks like it makes sense. Oh, they use underscore instead of a comma. And that's another thing. I didn't use the underscore character as your thousands. So we'll do this. Rather than the comma, we'll do it like that. So that was my error. Although, did it work? I don't know if it worked. How do you do the underscore character? Why is that not working? I think I maybe reset option. Oh, so this doesn't actually work. I thought I had something. Okay, so you can't actually print it. Can you do pretty print? Yeah. Huh. You do display. It sucks. Show. What stinks? Yeah, doing it that way is going to be the same thing. That sucks. Okay. I thought I had something. I thought I had something. But I don't. Okay. So we'll just like, well, I guess what I'll do is I'll just print it from here. It doesn't end up looking right. Curious why it won't work, though. That seems like a flaw in the option context. Um, I sure hope that they're working to update that in the next version. Or at least in a future version, if not the next one. And then, okay, so we're going to go through columns, subcolumns in our pivot table. Go in deeper. Going deeper. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that sucks. Quite honestly, it sucks. Um, all right, but that's what we were trying to go with here. Something like that. So they want something like that. Oopsie. Let me undo that one. Close it. Can I like cancel? Undo. See max undo. Undo max. Okay, so we're gonna do other pivot tables here. And we have the solutions one that we can refer to when we get to another exercise. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. Including subcolumns in your pivot table. So we're going to do that. I'm going to come back to here. I think what I want to do is to make this a checklist so that I can understand like how far along I am with everything. So let's do that, and we'll do. There we go. And then so we did that part. We did how to create your first pivot table with pandas. Next up, we're going to do include subcolumns in our pivot table. And then I'm going to take lunch and then come back and finish this out. So we're going to include subrows, calculate multiple values, performing more advanced aggregations, and we're going to do group by and crosstab for aggregation, and conclude. And then on Monday, I'm going to do the interactive quiz to test my knowledge that I've learned through today. Okay. Including subcolumns. And here we're going to have calculate the average sales of the different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each day. And that's going to be another thing here. So in each of our, I have some issue with it might buffer for a second. I might just want to save for a second. Unable to add the stream marker. Crack. Wait a minute. Why is that coming up? Oh, I know why. Okay, so there we are. Yeah, we do want that over there, don't we? Yeah, I think that's the way we want it. I would just want it to be the other way when we have it there. So I think what I want to do is to have another scene where I do the cam effects. So if I do cam, just going to test something really quickly here. So if I'm over here, right here, hi guys. And then, yeah, so that's weird because the camera overlay should be there, but apparently it's not. Excuse me. What happens if we have it on there? Oh no, it can't do that. It can't do it. And I can't do the window chat over top. I can do the window chat. So there must be something going on with window chat there. Cam no effects is the basic thing. So I think what I would need to do is create another scene. So I think what I want to do is just create another scene called like just chatting or something like that. Oh, wait a minute. How do I want to do that though? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Painting or something. I don't know. Um, green monitor. What? Computer? Computer. So we'll use that one. Call it chatting. Create. So I'll just do this on the fly. We're gonna show what it's gonna do. What I'm doing for adding a new scene. I need the cam no effects. I'm gonna add that one. There I am, and I'm picture in picture. See that? So I'm down below, and I'm there. Gonna have to add some advanced features here as well, or advanced scene switcher. To do the else. Don't want to go too deeply here. All I really want. Oh, zoom in on my face right there. That's pretty cool. That's pretty funny looking. Yeah, so if I want to chat, like I can be like this. And I can have the live chat right up next to me there. And if I go to a different scene, different screen, then I'm there. But if I go back to, wait a minute, which that other one? Huh. Well, that's interesting. I think actually I want to map that to chatting. So I'm going to change my hotkey for here, switch to there. I'm going to delete that. Move that one. Switch, so yeah, switch the scene. That one. Apply that. Okay, so if I want to come back from break. So yeah, if I want to come back from break, I think what I'm going to end up doing is to click this, and then I'll be back here. The only issue is that I just want to have the focus on chat, focus on that, focus on left display, focus on a victim, focus chatting. Let's move that one up to over here. And I just want to do a if the scene is chatting, then I want to have an action that hotkey, right? What is a hotkey? And OBS front end, I want it to be a source, and I want the source to be hide on DSK camera. Wait, can I just like hide the entire camera? Chatting there, overlay ticker, mask overlay. Yeah, okay, so I guess we would be on there. Cam FX will hide cam overlay. That should hide. It should go away right now. The current scene. Oh, wait, if I run it now. Wait. Well, that's wrong. That's wrong. The scene isn't on chatting. The current scene is chatting. Current scene matches. Current scene is chatting. Hide overlay. And hide everything on there. I should be back. I don't understand why it hides me when this runs. Maybe I just want to do something here. Okay, I think maybe what I want to do is that to show. Focus on right display. Right. And then what I want to do is copy that and go to focus left display. I'll do this. Switch scene. No, actually, we just want to delete that. Paste as action that. This should run. Yes. So that does that when it focuses. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, so this won't switch then. I'm just adding some buffers here. And then we want to do and not seen. Right? Okay. Okay. I think that works. So if I'm over here, hello there. I actually would like to chat on this. So that didn't hide it. Why didn't it hide that? That's so weird. I don't know how to do this. Let me see something. I'm gonna come back down here. Chatting. Focus chatting. The scene is that. That is the current scenes. So it should only perform actions on condition change. But oh, now it disappeared. Maybe it's because this is over here. Oh, I think I might have fixed it. I think I might have fixed it. Yeah, that did it. The only other thing, though, is that ah, gosh, that's hard. Okay, we want to show the chat. So focus chat. It's actually overlay, right? We want to overlay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Hide chat, select chat. So we want hide chat on there if else hotkey there. So if it's not there, else hotkey unless. um, it's going to get convoluted. Everything's going to be kind of mixed together and all one thing linking to another thing and then another thing linking to a different thing. Yeah. DSK chat, right? Okay, so I want to hide show on DSK chat. So we want to then show window chat there. Yep, that shows that. I'm over there, but then if I'm here, oh, quickly moved over there. That's just because the cursor's over there. If I'm down here, I can do it from here. Window chat doesn't show on DSK chat though when I'm doing that because of the yeah. Um I can bring it up, but then huh. Well, that's weird. But if it was over here, then it disappears. Wait, why is that? That's so weird. I guess because the window's focused here. I get rid of this. That goes away. Go here. Okay, if I'm back down, well, let me see. Go here. Weird, weird, weird. Wait a minute. I'm up over here. What is happening? So the live chat should show up. Yeah, that's why it's getting all there's okay, it should show up there. And then if I'm over here, why is it disappearing? I think maybe what I do is maybe like add a weight or something. Like a duration of 5 seconds or so. Left if it's in there and not seen there. I don't know. I don't know what logic I want for this. Gotta think through this. I think it's fine for now. I'm down here. I can pop this up. It's gonna disappear the chat. Except that time it didn't. Now it disappears. Weird. Weird, weird. Okay. Huh. What is my rule for having the chat come up? That's probably what I want to hold on to. If current scene is that, and then, or if current scene is that. Oh, you know what? That's why. Let me get rid of it from up over here. We're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to get rid of this weight. That doesn't need to be there. Right, I want to change the focus chat. The rules for when the chat is focused. So, or scene right, or and there. Otherwise, it's going to, huh. Or okay. That works. Okay. Although, let's see if I like switch the context here. Oh God, now that's coming up. Uh, if I go back to there. If I did it on like condition change only. Oops, wait a minute. That's not what we want. Just chatting. And if I'm like, pop up over there, it pops up and then it goes back down. I mean, that's one workaround. It's just going to be an extra process. Oh well. Okay. Well, it's slow. Okay, so that's seemingly that's what I want. It's so convoluted. Okay. Um, in fact, that's so convoluted that I don't even need it. Let me go back. I realized what I did. Bear with me for the moments here. Only on change, and then I'm gonna do scene. Be right back. No focus chat. I'll just get rid of what I had before. Hide on DSK chat, and then this one that I just added. Because all I need to do is when I'm on this one, it's gonna disappear. I just need to add the scene. Why am I making it so complicated? It's so bizarre. Um, Window chat. That's what we want. There we go. There it is. So convoluted. Okay. But if we go into a different, so now if I go back to over here, transition, move. There we go. I do want to change. Oh gosh, no, I don't want that. This mode. One other thing, I just want to change the move. Actually, I want to just make it like a slide up or something like that. The oh, actually, oh no, which one is it? Yeah, oh gosh. Because I want a transition in and out. Okay, so maybe I'll do the move. Yeah, just have to create another scene transition. Move, so we're gonna move. So moving in is going to be down, moving out is going to be up, I think, is the move that I want. Oh gosh, no, you know what? Wait a minute, maybe it's not move in and move out. Maybe it's something else. Let me edit the properties of the, no, I can't do properties of, I can't do, okay. We want to slide. Can we do a swipe? Swipe might be better. I don't know. What's the difference? Swipe in and out. Swipe down and then up. I don't know. Maybe that's okay. Let's see if that works. We want the transition override to be swipe down up. Oh, that's weird. It came up, but it didn't switch. Some weird stuff going on here. Okay, well, that's not right. But we can slide in. But then if I go back out, transition in is not what I want. Oh God, this is so convoluted. I can slide in with that. It's fine. Ideally, it makes it easier if you just do like stingers or something. I don't know. Gosh, okay. Sure, there's a toggle. Transition override is slide. Slide right, and then this transition override. Yeah. Okay. I think we're just going with this. Apologies for the hope you probably figure out how to delete this afterwards. Trim out that section. But okay. Let's dive back into this. In each of your previous pivot tables, you assigned a single data frame series to its columns parameter. And this inserted a separate column in your pivot table for each unique entry within the assigned series. Do I understand what that's saying? So we had a single data frame series to the columns. Yes, that's what we did. The sales region, right? Yes. And then, okay. I don't like the way this is. I'm actually just going to go with this. That's not what I want either. No, I guess I'm just going to keep it right now. I'll do it for the next ones. I'm just getting so distracted here by my own brain here. So assigning an order type to columns. Right, so we assigned a single series, the sales region, right? This inserted a separate column for each unique entry. Each unique entry within the assigned series. Right. Unique value. Unique entry, unique value. So by assigning order type to columns, which we did earlier, right? We did that with this one. The pivot table included both retail and wholesale columns because those are the only two, right? They're one for each type of order. Those are the only two order types. It's time to expand our knowledge further and learn how to include subcolumns in our pivot table. And here's the next milestone. We're going to calculate the average sales of the different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. So let's try to think about this here. So the first step is to think through the plan, right? Let me move this over. And we'll do that. Right. Okay. Now I'm thinking I want to edit the yeah. Hopefully I'll remember to do that. Maybe I can just get that out of my brain. Just add a thing. edit scene switcher, the cam overlay. Hopefully I'll remember what that means. Assigning order type to columns. Pivot table included both, right. All right, so what we want to do is think about it. Calculate the average sales of the different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. Average sales. So, keywords here. Average sales. Average kind of sounds like a what do you call it? Aggregate function. So we're looking to use average as our aggregate function. Sales. So that's the value that we're going to use the aggregate function on. Sales. So we're going to get sales price or sale price for our sales, for our values. Different types of orders. So we need to do splitting it up for the columns, right? So that's going to be the columns, types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. For each state. Okay, so there's wow, there's layers here. Okay, subcolumns. So I think we actually want the types of orders then to be our index. Different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. So each type of customer for each state. How is this going to look? um, so it could be hierarchical, right? I think sub rows would, using sub rows would be the way that I'm understanding it. So what do you mean by sub columns? Not entirely sure. Average sales of the different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. First step is think through. So I think that's kind of what I want, is to have the average sales, right? It's obvious. Aggregate function is average. The sales is going to be the sale price, the values in our pivot table. Different types of orders, so order types. Now, average sales of different types of orders. So this order types is probably what we want as the index. And it's each type of customer. Types of customers. So within types of customers as our columns. And then, but what would that mean though? For each state would be like, yeah. So we'd want like large cell, large like column with each type, with a type of customer. Inside of that type of customer is each state. That sounds that sounds really large. Yeah, how am I doing this? One way would be to display each customer state in a row by itself. Customer state in a row. As far as which columns to display, you could have a separate column for each type of customer and then have sub-columns for each type of order. Within each type of customer. Right, so it would make more sense to do it as each state, and then for so a state has a column. Inside of that column is going to have each order type as a separate column. And then you'll just have like repeated information about the type of order. Given that the type of order type is there's only two, seems like makes more sense to do it that way, doesn't it? Or huh. No, actually, I think it would make more sense the other way. If order type, because you only have two, you have all of the states listed for retail, all of the states listed for wholesale. Calculation again will be based on the sale price, except you need to work out the averages this time. Right. Okay. Should have a pencil and paper out once more for a quick visualization, but okay, so oh, they're using the index for state for the index. Okay, that makes more sense actually. So let me go back here. So different types of orders placed by each type of customer for each state. So they're taking each state as being the index. And then each type of customer is going to be the column, the main column choice there. And the sub-column is going to be types of orders within there. Okay, so there's only two, so you get 4 columns. So that's one way to do this. So if I want to recreate this chart, I think I can do that with the knowledge that we already have. I think that I'm just going to extend my knowledge or extend the definition of the one thing, right? So let's try from scratch here. Let's try, and I think we will set the, yeah, I'm gonna just copy this and at the bottom here, I'm just gonna do this here. We'll paste that and get rid of that. pd.set option, I think. What's that format? Yeah, that's it. We'll set that option, and then at the end we can do pd reset option. At the end, float format. Okay, so in each cell I want to do it for that. Right, so what are we doing? We're doing, we need the sales df dot pivot table, right? Pivot table. Values, family values. Gonna be state, right? And hopefully that's the right thing there. The index is gonna be, oh wait, the index is state. The sales price is the values, or sale price is the name of the column. And the columns that we're going to break up now, instead of taking an individual value, we're going to take a list, think. And the first thing should be the main one, and then the second should be the sub, is my guess. That's what I would guess. So it's customer type and order type. Let's see if that works. State is not in there. So let's go back up to, okay, so how to create that. We're going to take a look at the data here. Order type, we have customer type. That's right. Sales region. Wait, customer type is right? State is wrong. Okay. Customer state. Customer state is the one, right? So customer state. See if that works. Okay, so that doesn't quite get me what I wanted, right? No, it doesn't. Business and then individual. So individual can only buy in retail. Oh, maybe that is correct. Maybe that is correct, but it's not showing NAs for the others. It just dropped that NA. So maybe if we do, let me see, drop NA. What was that column? Or what was that? Bool, true or no? Drop entries. Do not include columns whose entries are all nan. If true, then we can get that. So I'm going to say true. And there we go. But that was a sum. What we want for our ag function, though. Right. Oh, wait. What is the default ag? Is the mean. The mean is the default ag function, not the sum. Well, actually, is that's what we want. We want the mean. So we don't actually need to change it. So I think that's going to be correct, except for the fact that it doesn't show the column for wholesale. That's weird. Alabama's individual retail should be 137.47. That is what we see there. So now that we've thought about this one and we're happy, we can apply our plan to the parameters as before the calculation. We'll use the values in the sale price column. So you'll use this as a values parameter. Because you want the average values, you could set the ag function to mean. However, this is the default value. You don't need to do this. Each row will be based on the customer state, so you need to set the index to customer state. Finally, you need to think about the columns. This time, because you want customer types at the top column with different order types for each of them, the columns parameter will be the list, customer type, and then order type. It's possible to create multiple nested subcolumns by passing in a longer list, but 2 columns are fine here. That's pretty crazy. You could do like lots of different stuff there. So this is what we get, and we dropped that right column though. So as you can see, passing the list of columns has produced the required analysis for you. Once again, you applied an appropriate format string to keep your output readable. There were no retail sales from businesses in Arkansas, which is why it shows NA. Note that the default behavior of the agfunc parameter is to calculate the mean of the data, but you included it here only for clarity. I wonder if you could like do fill values as none or something like that. Okay. Ugh. Take a look back at your original visualization and compare to the code what actually produced. Do you notice anything different? Was the right column, right? The individual wholesale column is in the output. Because there are no corresponding values to put in it, and the pivot table method removed it automatically to prevent the display of the empty column. And so, all right, I don't think there's a way to get around that because I tried dropping in oh, wait. No, what am I doing? Of course, the default's fault, right. And then nan's not a number. And then fill values. Wait, what? Try to convert to double. Oh, well, that's, yeah. Invalid syntax, of course. Well, how do you get it to say NA, like for nans? Let's see. Um, yeah, so I don't want nan, I want NA, right? Because it's not a number, it's saying. Huh. Oh, I have to change the ticker here. Forgot to do that. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. There we go. Um, 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 um. Okay. Let's do another exercise, another challenge here. I guess, oh wait, I was going to look up fill values. How do I fill values with the NAs instead of the... Well, fill value could be 0, but I don't want to put it in there. I guess because it's a number. I don't know. I guess there's no way around that. To be like not available or we say none. Yeah, it still just says not a number, but the NAs, that's the thing. Is it NA in the original data? I don't think so, right? Because it's just so weird though. I don't know with that. Reset the format, and then we're gonna go and do new markdown cell. And it's gonna be using subcolumns. And then we're gonna take a break and take a lunch. Actually, let's see. So we want to, I'm gonna actually just copy that and just paste it in there, and then we'll just edit it in there. So we want to create a pivot table that shows the highest quantities of each product. Your pivot table should be there. So so I do know how to do that now. I know how to do that part. So let's actually change that to that, and then we'll do. Okay. So we want to create a pivot table that shows the highest quantities of each product category within each type of customer, and the pivot table should contain a row for each state that customers live in. Add in summary totals with a max quantity label. So I think what we want to do is to make a sketch, right? So let's make a sketch, and so what I'll do is I'll just use a table, right? So the table that we want. So we'll just create a markdown table and say what we want to see. So we'll create a pivot table that shows the highest quantities. So highest quantities, meaning highest being the max. Quantity is going to be a count. So the highest is max, right? And then the quantities is a count, right? So of each product category within each type of customer. Interesting, because I don't think that you can do multiple ag functions. I'm not sure. Can you do the max of the count? So where's the count coming from? That's the thing. So we want each product category within each type of customer. So our main, what do we want to say? Our main column is going to be the customer type, right? And then our subcolumn should be product category. Highest quantities of each product category. Your pivot table should contain a row for each state the customers live in. So the index, we want a row for each state the customers live in. So we want the customer state. We're going to add in summary totals. So we want margins with max quantity label. And we're going to replace the NAs with zeros. Yeah. Okay. Let's try to sketch this. Let's try to sketch it out. So the column, what we're going to have is going to have we want, in this one, we're going to have the customer state, right? We have over the top, right? Well, how do we usually do that? We did it here with customer type at the top and the order type. That way, customer type. Okay, yes, that's the way we want it. So the main column is going to be the customer type, right? The next one is going to be the product category. And then underneath that, we're going to have the customer, or yeah, customer states. And then customer type at the top is going to be like business. an individual as the large one, right? And then underneath all of that, business, individual, you have two, you have a blank one there. And then we're going to have, see if that does anything. Oops, probably won't. Okay, product category is going to be, how many different product categories are we going to have? How many product categories did we have? Let's go back up. Did we do one with a product category? I don't think we did one yet. I can take a look at the product category. So before I do this, I want to take a look at the value counts for product category. So sales, PF, product category, value counts, right? Yeah, so we have olive oil, bath products, and gift basket. So we did do one earlier, right? So the product category is going to be split up into, so yeah, so these main columns are going to be split up into three. We're going to have olive oil in one, bath products in the other, and gift basket in the last one. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste that. And then that's what we should get for that. And the customer state is just going to be alongside that. And so what we should get should be, yeah, blank underneath there. So we have 7 columns total, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we want max quantity. And then so we also want to have totals at the end, right? Which is or we want max quantity at the end, right? Max quantity. We have 8 columns total. Is max quantity going to be on the end there? I think maybe it's going to be right here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We want one more with the max quantity at the end. Let's see if this is going to work. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not working properly here. So how can I get like table? Table. Oops. There we go. That's kind of what we want. Yeah, it's kind of what we want. And then we just want to put stuff into here. So in the first column, we'll have like Alabama or something, right? Customer stay, Arkansas, I think was the second. I'm not even sure. Right. Okay. And then like we want to have some counts. So I don't know what the counts are going to be. We're going to have like 15, 32, 325, the max count or something along those lines. This is what we want, right? We want customer type, business individual, product category is going to be bath products total there, and then that, and then max quantity in this column. Then we also want, let's go like dot dot dot, and then can we do that on the bottom? Yeah, I think we just do like a dot 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 there, and then we do totals down here. Max quantity on there. That's kind of what we want, right? And to be clear on this, we'll just copy that. Oops, actually go over here. And just do that. And that makes it look a little bit better. Yeah, so that's kind of what we want. We want some numbers in there. Kind of what we want. Okay. How do we achieve that then? Well, let's do sales DF pivot table and break this down. So the values that we want are going to be the oh gosh, the max quantity. So where's the quantity coming from? Is it the number of sale things? Quantity. So we have quantity there. Okay, that's good. So we already have quantity. So that's count. It's already accounted for. We already have a column called quantity. There we go. So each order, I guess, is going to have a certain quantity to it, to the number of products that were purchased. And then what's the next thing? We want the index. The index is going to be the customer state. And the columns are going to be a list of columns here. We're going to look for customer type. And then the second thing is the product type, right? Or product category. Product category is what it's called. And then what else do we need? We need to have the margins be true. And then we want the margins name to be max quantity. And then we want to fill the value with zeros, right? With zeros is what we want. Makes sense to fill with zeros there, because max quantity is going to be zero. That if there are no sales, then there were zero sold. Okay, so let's see if that works. Okay. We want to limit the format. We want the format to be different though, right? So let's remember what we did for that. Set option is going to be display float type. And we want to do a format, right? So we want to get a format specifier. So we want the count, and then we want let's go with 2 decimal places. Actually, what's weird though is, because it's the mean. Of course, it shouldn't be we shouldn't even have a float type. Get rid of that. I missed something. Missed something very important, and very important here is the aggregate function, the agfunc. And that agfunc is going to be the max. And so that is what we're looking for. Max quantity. So I made a little mistake in thinking that the max quantity was going to be down in customer level, when in fact it's just up here. So there we go. We can actually put this up above, I think. Okay, that's kind of cool. I really wish that you could do multiple columns, though. You can't. It's dumb. There we go. Okay, that's cool. Curry Maguri. And actually, can we, I think maybe we can, like, bold this, though. Oh, right. You can't do it like that. I can do that, though. Yes, I can do that. So I could, like, bold each individual one to make this just look a little bit better. So what I could do is to do this. Oops. Oopsie. Let me redo that. Just one too many too far there. And again, too far. There we go. And then from here, I can just go, oh no, it's going to be, no, I can't do that. I can do it like that. Well, oh, okay. You know what I could do? I could do it like this. We do a category, customer state. And then I could do it like this. There we go. Just looks a little bit better. So let's go and add in the actual values that we wanted to see anyway. Oh, Alaska was the second one, right? And Arkansas. I'm just trying to get like some fake data going on here, or like the real data that we wanted, because we did like achieve what we wanted to what we set out to do here. Oh, it's Arizona, not. I don't know why I had 3025. This should be 12. 0, and then 11, and then I do an Alt-Shift-F on this. Really? There's no formatter for Markdown? I should have that installed. 11, 8. Oh, wait, 8 and 12. I really wish that I had done this differently. What does it look like right now? Looks like that. Okay. 4, 4, and 4. And then we have 4, 2, 4. This would have been easier in Obsidian. Much better formatter support for whatever you want to call it. So that's what our table was going to look like from the beginning. Okay. Cool. So what's weird is that there's only 49 states and they have District of Columbia listed as one. And so there must be something wrong here. Yeah, so we have the max quantity in the margins here as well. Okay. Cool. Cool. We're learning how to do these tables here. So gonna take lunch, and when I come back, we're gonna include sub rows into the pivot table as well. So we built up from basics And we're gonna master these pivot tables in pandas. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about an hour. So be back. And not seen left. Why would that be? Why would that be? Switching using slide yet left, and then I think I just get rid of this. I don't know why. Like, it shouldn't perform the action unless condition changed, unless this condition changed. You can't see that, but that's okay. We'll just get rid of that. And then I think that's good. All right, coming back in. Let me give a look over here. So here we are. All right, so we're coming back. Going to do the including subrows in your pivot tables. So we have, how many more things do we have? Let me see if this will, hopefully it switches over. Okay, so we're looking for, yes, yeah, we need to do calculating multiple values, right? And then we need to do performing more advanced aggregations, calculating maximum and minimum sales. That would be cool. Group by and crosstab, they're both kind of like related, right? The group by method, crosstab function aggregates data, right? Right, and so there's like a difference between crosstab and pivot tables, so we'll get to that distinction. And yeah, it's feeling good though. I've like getting back to this using pandas. Fun, fun. Including subrows in your pivot table. So we're gonna have to add another. What do we call it here? So including sub things there. So underneath that, let's do a thing here. And okay. Oh wait, I want to see if I can do something. Actually, let's shrink this a little bit. Oh, does it? No. Okay, so I think this is good though. I just want more room for my VS Code to show up there. So we want that as the overall, and then we want to shut these down there. The only thing is I want to, with the empty cell here, I want to put something in. Delete that, and then here. Including sub rows in your pivot table. There we go. And then now we're gonna have another thing. Do we do 3 or 4? I think 3. We're gonna calculate the total sales of each of your different product categories. but also show details of the different types of orders placed by the different types of customers. So that's what we want to do. All right. And then I'm going to hide that thing down there so that I don't get a peek of the picture, because I want to kind of work that out on my own and see if I can understand it. So, in the previous section, we saw how passing a list into the columns parameter allows us to create subcolumns. And we may have already guessed, so you may have already guessed that to analyze traffic by one row within another, you pass a list into the index parameter. As before, you can better understand this with an example. So here's our milestone here. Okay. Let's get some coffee and get going. We're going to calculate the total sales. So I want to actually go and do that. And there we go. So I can get rid of this now. It's going to be Python. Actually, well, here we go. Calculate the total sales of each of your things. So let's break this down. Break this down into from language into the terms we need to pick out here and translate it into Python. Calculate the total sales. So total sales, total being kind of indicating, kind of indicates the sum, right? Like summing up. And the sales is going to be our sale price, summing up our sale prices. So we have each of our different product categories. So we're going to have different product categories, but also we want to show details of the different types of orders placed by the different types of customers. Now, the context here is important. If we were to do this as subcategories, we would be using the order type and the customer type as the columns, right? But now we're doing them as rows, so we're going to pass those as the index instead. So let's see. Different product categories. Different product categories means that we're going to have columns going to include product category, right? And then we have different types of orders placed by different type of customers. That means that we need to take, so which one's going to be the top level and then which one's the sub level? Guess it really depends on what you want to do here. So what do they generally mean by different types of orders placed by different types of customers? So I'm thinking that the main column or the main row is customer type, and the sub row is the order type, right? Because we want to see each customer type and we want to see different order types. That would be my interpretation of this. Maybe it's mixed in a different way, right? This does sound very similar to what we did before, didn't we? I don't remember what we had for the first thing, but it seems very similar. So what I have in my head here is that we're going to do, um, so columns, the top thing here, going to be product category, right? Okay. Product category. And we're going to have 3 different product categories, right? So we have, we still have that. Oh, we do. Look at that. Oh, wow, that's so funny. Okay, it's olive oil, bath products, and gift basket, right? Then right, okay. Then what do we do here? Customer type, subrows, order type. Actually, I want to format this and find a formatter for Markdown. Didn't I have one? Markdown all in one, keyboard shortcuts, 10 million downloads. I thought it was Tidy Markdown, the one that I had before. It's the formatter. Markdown tables. Hold Alt key to mouse over. I don't think that's what that was meaning. Okay. Install. Okay. All right. So I think we're going to go with this one. Keyword shortage table contest auto preview. Okay. Maybe this is good. Do they have an obsidian thing? That'd be interesting. Obsidian theme. Connect to obsidian from. Ooh, well, that's interesting. That's weird. It's so interesting. Okay. We gotta get back to it. Getting focused here. I just wanted to have this like formatted. Oh, come on. It's installed. Shouldn't it be installed? It's still going to install. Markdown lint is what I wanted, right? I mean, this is installed. I don't understand why. Does this have formatting? Markdown. Hmm. All right, let me finish this thing here. Okay, so then we also want to have sub rows, right? So it's going to be interesting here, right? So we're going to have, how does this end up doing it that way then? Right, so each row is going to be a different thing. So customer type, order type. I'll have order type underneath, right? I mean, I don't know how it's going to do it that way, though. Okay. How is it going to work like that, though? So in customer type, I think maybe what we're going to have something like this. Customer type, order type, like that, with an extra column in between here. I think that's probably what we're looking for, right? Like that. Something like that. And customer type. What kind of customer types were there? There was residential or something? Or no, there was residential. There was business and then there was individual, right? And then the order type was wholesale and retail, right? Wholesale and retail were the two. So I can do it like this, and then I can do retail. That work? Yeah, and then we can have individual, wholesale and retail and wholesale. Something like this. Something like this is the table that we want, right? And then we'll get the margins in there, and I think the total might end up being in between all of them. I'm not sure. Is there going to be a total in the sub rows and stuff? I'm not sure. Interesting. So I think that's what we're looking for. Let's just make sure that that's what we're going for. Yes, that's similar. Okay, so yes. Customer type, order type. We have product category, olive oil, bath products, and gift basket. Right. Cool, cool, cool. So that's what we're looking for. So let's try sales df dot pivot table. We'll get rid of that for a second. Easier to work with here. Our values are going to be, and actually, let me just fix this because it's not in the right format here. There we go. Yeah. So values are the sale price, right? Sale price, let's go with index being a list of things, right? It's going to be a list of things. The main one is going to be the customer type. And the second part is going to be the order type. Right. Okay. I think you can like rename the columns too. That would be something to look at. Okay, so then we have the columns is what we need. And columns is just going to be one thing, right? Values, columns. Columns is going to be product category. And the ag func is going to be the sum. And just for the heck of it, let's add some margins. And we'll just say margins name is equal to the totals. There we go. That looks pretty neat. That's pretty nifty. There we are. Not bad. Not bad indeed. Okay, so but we also want to do the that option for this. It's going to be display float format, and we're going to have a $sign and a commas. We want commas as the delimiters for thousands, and we want 2 decimal places for float. And then we just want to specify this as a format specifier. There we have it. There it is. Okay, so that's what we want, right? I don't think I got the right numbers here. Oh, yes, they looks like the right numbers. It looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and save this image here. Copy image, and then I'll just put it into here. So that's what we're looking for, and what I'll do is go below and, oops. Why do I keep doing that? There it is. And that's what they want from us there. So it looks right. Looks right. Okay, and let's see what they said. Okay, we set the format specifier. Sales data pivot table. Sale price index is going to be the customer type with the order type as a list. Columns is product category, and the ag func is the sum. And the margins, we added some margins here, right? So looks good. Looks good. This is like once you get the basics, it's like everything just comes together here. Fun. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do an exercise on our own and see what they want from this. Actually, we did an exercise before, but I never checked it, didn't I? That's what we wanted, and that's what we got. Was there like a list of? I never checked it. I didn't check my answer here. Right? I think that's what I was looking for, but let me check the solutions just to be sure that that's what we want. Solution. That does look like what we were looking for here. It certainly does. Looks good. Looks correct. Okay. Yeah, line for line. Except for like you gotta swap the parameter order. Okay. So possible solution using subrows is what we want to look at next. So let's close this down, put that over there actually. There we go. Go 4, and we're going to say exercise. We're going to use using sub rows, right? We got to move along here down to here. Wait, did I pass something by? I think I passed something by here. Calculating multiple values. Right, we're not up to that yet. We're still here. Okay. Okay, so you want a pivot table. Shows the total product analyzed by customer state within order type and by product category within customer type. Replace NA values with zeros. Okay, let's oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Okay. So again, we're going to do sales div. So actually, let's see. We want a pivot table. It shows the total product quantity. So let's go ahead and flesh this out here. So we want pivot table that's going to show the total product quantities. So values is going to be quantities. And the index is oh right, okay. Total product quantity. So total meaning sum, right? So we want the ag func to be sum, right? We want the sum for the aggregate function product category within customer type. So since we're doing what do you call it? Sub rows. We have customer type, right? Over product category, right? So we want to analyze by customer state within order type. Oh my goodness, we're combining both of them. Look at this. Okay, wait a minute. So analyze by customer state within order type. Okay. I think we might just flip this. In that columns, we want that to be customer type with that. Whereas we want the index to be order type over customer state. I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want. Seems like what we want. NA values are going to be zeros. So, I mean, we don't even need to, I don't think we need to sketch this. I think the language is clear for this. And we do want to reset the option for displaying the float format. Might not even matter because there might not be any floats. It might just be integers anyway. Sales df pivot table. So let's go through here. So we have the values is going to be the quantity or quantity. The agfunc is going to be the sum. And index is going to be a list with order type first and then customer state second. So it say within order type, so I think that's the way to go. And then columns. Our columns are going to be customer type and product category. Then we have to fill the values with zeros. Let's see if this works. We didn't have a comma there. There we go. I think this is what they wanted. I think it's what they wanted. It would be a pretty long table, right? Or a pretty wide table if it was if we were to use the, flip the axes here, if we were to transpose this. But that looks pretty good, actually. Let's hope that that's correct. And let's go over to the solutions to make sure. I think the language is pretty clear there, though. So, yep, that is what they wanted. That's what they wanted. line for line. Exactly the same. Okay. Cool stuff. So now we know how to do hierarchical indexing on columns and on rows for pivot tables. Nice. Very nice. Let's take a quick break, and I'll come back, and we'll go through calculating multiple values. Little by little, we'll bring this up, right? Before I do that, though, before we go, let me just set up the next section here, so I don't have to worry about typing that up. And we'll do trying not to look at that image there, because I don't want it to taint my guess of it. And so almost subconsciously, your brain has entered planning mode. Let's think about that while I go on a break. Okay, we're back. And my hair's really not looking good, but that's okay. We're going to dive into calculating multiple values in your pivot table. And this is looking pretty cool. So we're just building, like everything just builds on itself here. And I just add slightly more complexity here. So hopefully move over to the one here. I don't know why it's not coming back for me now. Not coming back. It's not coming back for me now. There were nights of endless leisure. We were reading all the books we wanted to. Okay, calculating multiple values in your pivot table. So far, each of your pivot tables has analyzed data from a single column, such as sale price or quantity. And suppose you wanted to analyze data from both columns in the same way. Well, how do you do it? Well, they say if you're thinking of supplying both columns in a list to the values parameter, then you're spot on. I was not thinking that, but okay. So based on your progress so far, the next milestone is within your reach. Calculate the sum, both the sale prices and the quantities sold of each category of product within each sales region, right? And your brain has entered planning mode. Okay, so one solution would be, let's see. Oh gosh, I'm tired already. I need to get a good night's sleep. I'm just gonna dive right into it because I don't think we need to plan. Because at this stage, I think we got a good handle on it. Now in the future, I think we want to go into planning mode and start sketching it out so that we can refresh our memory how everything relates. You know, which values, which index, which columns. So the values now, we know we're going to take the sale price with the quantity, and we're looking for the sum. So the ag function is going to be the sum. So we can even just put that in right now because we know that that's what it's going to be. And then we can say, okay, so both the sale price and quantities. We got that. In fact, let's move that up. We want the sum of both the values, sale prices and quantities sold of each category of product within each sales region. So within each sales region means that the sales region is going to be the top row or the top column. Or is it within each sales region? So we can also, well, we have just product category and sales region. So we only have two things to fill out there. So that must be index can be sales region, like we did before. And category of product could be the columns. So I think that's probably what we want to go with here. Sales by region. I think that's what we did. We had a... That's why we made a mistake before. And the column's going to be the product category. And is that it? Let's see what that looks like. That looks pretty good. Quantity and the sale price. Well, let's do it both. Let's try both. I'm curious how this will work. If we just swap index for columns, right? Yeah, it makes it much wider. And that doesn't look that great, right? I think that this one looks a little bit better. I think you, like, what's the general, like, the vibe I'm getting is that you want it to be as close to square as possible. Obviously, that's not going to be always possible. But if you do one the other way, you just like transpose it, then yeah, so you can transpose it and then see if like that makes it worse. Basically, like worse or better. Like going to the eye doctor and going like lens 1 and lens 2, like better, worse. Like, yeah, just do that A/B test and figure it out. Now, they are saying one solution to be to produce rows for each category here. Now, display a total quantity and then the sale price for each of the separate columns. So, in other words, you think about creating this. Now, this is different though. That's different than what I have here. I don't know how to achieve that. So, values is multiple. But then how do we get it to be there? Oh, wait, maybe this is how we do it. Okay. That's not what we're going with, though. This isn't bad. Honestly, isn't bad. Quantity and the sales price, but you probably want to have them next to each other for comparison, right? This is nice for comparison, I think. Right? This is pretty nice for comparison. You have all your regions there, and then you can look side by side to see that there. I like this one. That one's not bad. I think it's better than the previous one. So let's cut that for a second. you can compare this way or compare that way. Either way, I think it's fine. Either way looks pretty good. You can transpose it this way and do that. Now, if I transpose it this way, maybe this ends up looking better. No, it's still quantity and then sales price there. I don't know how they're ending up with this. Quantity and sales price in their own column. So you need to have a column thing, right? Or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't need a column. Let's take this and look down here. Like there's many different ways that you can do this, right? So maybe you don't need columns. Maybe what happens if I do this? We get that with the quantity and the sales price there. Sales region, product category, and then this. Interesting. I didn't know that you could omit the columns. So if we can omit the columns, can we omit the index? I think you always need to have an index, right? Maybe that's the thing. What if we do columns this way? No, you can do it that way as well. But if we're doing it that way, we probably want to do a transpose of this. Transpose is the exact same thing. Transposing it with the columns is the same as doing it that way. Nice. Interesting. Interesting, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to copy that image, pop it up on here, and you know what? Let's move that down so that we can get that over here. Move it down. Move it, boop, there. Yep, that's it. That's it. We just need to do one thing, and that is to do td.set option. And we're going to do the display float format. There's good muscle memory practice here, right? And getting used to the format specifiers here. So we want a comma for the bases, right? And then the 2F. And we want it like that, I think. Was that it? Value must be callable. No, that wasn't it. Wait a minute. Oh, that was the problem. That's it. There we go. There we go. Nice. Nice. So to implement this, you use principles similar to those you used earlier. But there are one or two caveats you need to be mindful of. Calculate totals, you need to set the agfunc to sum, while to deal with any NA values to replacing them with 0, you set fill value to 0. Okay, well, that's fine. We can add that in there. That's what you want. Index and values there, and then fill value is going to be 0. Okay. I don't see any need to put the zeros in there, though. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so to calculate the totals of both sales price and quantity, we pass them in as a list to the values parameter. And one small issue is that the calculation columns are displayed differently from the order of their defining list. In this example, you pass in sale price and quantity to values, but if you look carefully at the output, you'll see it's displayed alphabetically. Once again, you used the format specifier to make sure that the currency was formatted correctly, and note that this only applies to floats. The formatting of the quantity integer values took care of themselves. One other point to note is that there's no columns parameter. You may have thought that this list passed the value should have been passed to columns, but this is not the case. The columns parameter, as well as index, allow you to define how data is grouped. In this example, you're not grouping by sale price or quantity. Instead, you're using them in a calculation, therefore they must be assigned to values. Okay. Right. Yeah, so you're breaking him down into subcategories and yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see how that wouldn't how is that different than doing it the other way? Like it's just not as neat, right? Like doing it this way, I guess just isn't as neat. Or wait, no, doing it this way isn't as neat. Like all the same information's there. It's just not in product category. Yeah, it's just not in the format that we want. All the information is there. It's just not in this nice long format. So long is better than wide? Is that what we're going with? Or is wide better than long? I don't know. So we can use the standard data frame techniques to control the order of the columns. So we can change the order of the columns by going like this. Location and then do sale price and quantity. So the label locator, sale price, and then quantity. Cool. This allows you to define the rows and columns you wish to see by their index labels. In this case, you wanted to view all rows as you passed in a colon character as the first parameter of the locator. Then, because you wanted to see both the sale price and quantity columns in that order, you pass these in as a list, the second parameter. And we ran the code. We see that the columns are in the same order as we defined them in the list passed to the label locator. And it's time to test that gray matter one more time, right? So the exercise, calculating multiple values. Alrighty, let's see what we're going to do here. What is the question we want to answer here? Suppose. Okay, so you want to find out more about your company's sales. Well, just say that. We're going to create a pivot table with rows that analyze the different order types by each type of customer, and with columns that show the total quantity for each category of product, as well as the total sales for each category of product ordered. Wow, lots to unpack there, right? Okay, we want to create a pivot table with rows that analyze the different order types by each type of customer. So we want sub rows. So we want our rows, right? So our rows, our index is going to be customer type or I think it's actually the other way, order types by each customer type. I think I read that as order type being higher up in the hierarchy, right? And columns that show the total quantity. Columns showing the total quantity. So quantity, so our ag func is looking like a sum with our values going to be the quantity. And I think we're going to use more than that, right? And total sales as well. So columns showing the total quantity for each category of product, as well as the total sales for each category of product. Are we just doing a blank with the columns? I think we might be. Oopsie. Okay. So what does this look like? All right, we got our sales DF. We're going to do pivot table. We're going to find out who's naughty or nice. We've got to order this by order type and customer type. Our ag func is definitely going to be the sum. And then our values are going to be quantity and sale price. And how is this not the same thing? We have order type in the... Oh, it's just sales regions. This is the same thing, isn't it? We're just swapping out order type for sales region and product category for customer type. Or customer type for, yeah, product category. Whichever way that order is. Is that all it? Is that it? Rows that analyze the different order types by each type of customer. Columns that show the total quantity for each category of product. Oh, wait, we don't have it. We have categories of products. Categories of products. We do need columns. Category. Product category is, I think we can just do it like that, right? No, you can't do it that way. Oh, no, wait, maybe you can. There we go. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? I think if I'm reading this right, this should be correct, right? For each category of product offered, we have the quantity, and then for each quantity of product ordered, um, yeah, and we have sum. So it's both the sum, but is there something else that I'm missing? Total quantity as well as the max sales. I wonder. I kind of want to mess with something. uh, I kind of just want to do something else. um, we can do something like this. Same same table, but with the max as that, and perhaps, perchance, for a dream, the sum for one and the max for the other. Ooh, look at that! You get the sum and you get the max. Now I wish that you could do the sum for one and the max for another. I wonder if you could do it like that. Like, how would you do it that way? How would you do it? How? Let's see. You got the egg func. So the egg func takes a dot dot dot. It takes a dot dot dot. That's what's taken in by the egg func. It's dot dot dot. Okay, there's examples here, but I don't think it's giving me anything here. Excel style. Pivot table. Let's go to pivot table. Agfunc is a function or a list of functions or a dict. Wait a minute, what would the dict mean? What's the dictionary? D is going to be the mean. E is going to be the... Oh, well, more advanced aggregations. Maybe that's under there. I want to come back to this if we don't get to that in the other thing there. Yeah, but now we're turning into a competent creator of pivot tables. You may wonder what else there's left to learn if you want to know how to apply different aggregation functions to the same data, different aggregation functions to different data, or even how to write your own custom aggregation functions. Read on. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. I'm just gonna go through this. I don't think I need to take a break from here. I want to close these here. Wait, working with the outline doesn't do anything, does it? Okay, look at the data, including sub-columns, sub-rows. We calculated multiple values, and now we want to add performing more advanced aggregation. Oops. Let's see. Let's see if I can just directly translate this. So the ag func first off the bat, maximum and minimum, and we want both of these. We want a max and a min, and just like we did before. And then so with the sales of each category of product. for each type of customer. So I think what we want is the index being a multi-list here, a list here. We want a product category for each type of customer. So we'll start with customer type, and then we'll do product category. Now, what were the values? Sales. Sales is the key word. Sale price. I think that's it. I think that done do it. I think that did it. I think that's what they're looking for, right? Come on, that's not what they were doing. All right, so we just need to switch the order around, basically. I'm just gonna copy it and then switch the order. So yeah, I guess I'll just do that. Wait a minute, that's not what they wanted. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Your turn. Wait, I'm not getting what they're saying. Sales of each category of product. Right. Okay, well, we could just do it that way. Well, I guess you could do it this way. So my second attempt, my third attempt is to do this. Let's see. My third attempt is to do this. Product category for that, and then column for that. That's what they were looking for. Product category is the index, and then for each type of customer. Yeah, it's weird. So for each versus within. Language, right? It's just trying to clarify the language here. What do you want? Do you want like this or do you want like that? Here you applied multiple functions to the same data by passing them in as a list to the agfunc parameter. Also decided to create a row for each product category, and this became the index parameter. My calculations were based on sales price, so you passed that as the values parameter. Since you passed it in as a list, you ensured that the heading sale price appears as an additional column, heading for clearer readability. Yeah. How did I get the sale price though? Why do you take it in as a list though? Oh, how come I didn't notice that? Passing it in as a list makes it appear as yeah, but I mean it appeared here too. So what's the difference? How come it disappears when you see business and individual and sale price? Max sale price, min sale price. Huh. That's interesting. Why does that work? Yeah. Okay. You decide to make this the columns parameter. See the data by customer type. You made this the columns parameter to perform. So I'm still like a little lost on like how to translate these things. To perform both a max and min calculation, you passed in both of these to the agfunc parameter within a list. Next, you decide to push the boats a little bit further. Say adjust the previous analysis to display both the average sale price and the maximum quantity sold. Now this is going to be, I'm going to just hide this because I know how to do this now because I just like saw it in the, what do you call it? In the documentation. In the documentation. So we want the same thing. Can I just like paste it? We want the same things here. Okay. Agfunc, what we want is the average sales price. So what we want, okay, so what we want to do is we pass in a dictionary, right? Which column? We want to display the average sale price. So for sale price, we want the mean. And for quantity, we want the max. Okay. We want the mean of the sale price and the max of the quantity, and that's so. Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong? Cannot use columns quantity does not exist. Agfunc for quantity. Well, sales price doesn't exist either. So, like, what's the difference there? But I guess because you like shuffled them around using quantity first. From that, list likes. Let's take a look at the documentation. Min, max, and mean. So E. So those are the so from that. Oh, because we don't have any values. Okay, that's why. That's why. Hey, look at that. We are analyzing. We are doing some analysis. Sales price, mean, quantity, and max price, max sales price. Now, how do I actually get it to display though? Can I put it in a list and then we can see? Oh, so if you put it in a list, one or the other, it'll show up. Cool. Quantity max, max quantity, sales price there. So what if you wanted to say max quantity, mean sale price? Is there a way to do that? You apply different aggregation functions to different data. To do this, you need to pass not a list, but a dictionary to the agfunc that defines each data column and aggregation function to be used on it. Don't forget to make sure each piece of data appears in the values parameter as well. And these are the two things that we changed, right? We did the max and then the sale, and then we had to change that, right? The pivot table now shows the maximum quantities for each of the two customer types and the average sale price for each. You achieve this by appending quantity to the values parameters list, and then you pass the dictionary into agfunc before pivot table worked its magic. Cool. You move on and shove the boat out further as you do. Let's try this. Let's try this. This is so fun. I don't know. Is anybody else having fun? Nobody's here, but you know what? If you're watching this in the future, when you know, I feel you. We're having fun. If you're having fun, put a comment down. Put a comment down below, or wherever the chat box is on the side and above, all around, in the middle, wherever the chat box is. Calculate how many employees there are In each sales region. Ooh. At first glance, this appears simple, but yeah, okay, so yeah, can't be that simple, right? Calculate how many employees there are in each sales region. So that sounds like we're going to do a count of some sort. So we're going to sum up the quantity, but we don't have count of employees. So we need to figure out how to do that, don't we? Ah, maybe we need to make a new column. Right. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this here. um, unless one of the aggregate functions is count. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it's as good as SQL. Maybe the ag func count. And the index is going to be, or well, the values are going to be the employee number or something like that. Was that what it was? Let me go back up here. Look at the data. Employee ID. It was the one there. Let's go back down here. Actually, can we go back up for a second? Multiple values. We're doing advanced stuff now. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Employee ID. Now what did it say in each sales region? Each sales region. So we don't actually need. Now let's do it both ways because we could do the index and then we can like transpose it either way. As sales region. Let's do it as the list so that we can see the sales region. I think that does it. I think that done do it. I think that done did it. It did it. It did it. I think what we want though is to put the ag func in. Oh, count of employee ID. Now it looks like it's more clear, right? We're getting the hang of this. We are learning. Calculate how many employees there are. So that was it. That was it. Employee ID, sales region, and count. There appears to be plenty of salespeople in each region. These figures are incorrect because count has counted duplicate employee ID. Oh no! We made a mistake. If you look at back at the original data, you see that the same employee is listed multiple times within their sales region. I thought that was unique though. You said it was unique in the data set. Oh, okay. Okay, you mean to rethink. So up to this point, you use the ag func parameter to specify the functions used there. But can we do a unique thing? How do we do it in unique? How might I do this? Like, what is available to me in this? Observed. Let's see. If the groupers are categorical, only show observed values for category. If false, show all values for categorical groupers. What does that do? Specifies if we could sort as well. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay. But what? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find anything in here. There has to be something else that we do. So it has to be the data frame. Wait, did we do? How did they tell us to create the first one? Yeah, sales DF pivot table, right? I think that's what we've been doing all this time. I want to do this data visualization with Python thing at some point. It'll be interesting. Okay, so we need to find the unique values though. So how do we do that? Single index and parameter. You can take these steps to write your own custom aggregation function, provided it takes a series as its argument and returns a single aggregated value. Oh, haha. What? We're getting advanced. We are getting advanced. Taking in values and we're returning the length of values unique. Okay. So I can go ahead and take that same code. Do a custom aggregation function. This is neat. This is so neat. Let's go with. So how do you invoke it though? Is it just count unique? So is it in the namespace basically? It must be. It's defined. We have it entered into the namespace after running that, right? So it should be available to us. Employee ID. So we have employee ID. Index is sales region. It's not a valid function. So there's something else I need to do. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's that instead. That is it. That's it. That is it. That's it. What is it? Can we fill, can we do drop NA and make sure that there's no NAs and fill value as 0? Okay, so yeah, that doesn't change anything. Okay. So that's one way to write a function. So as long as it returns a series, basically, right? Huh. As it returns a series, wait a minute, as it takes, no, it takes a series, right? And then returns a value? Is that what it is? What's the... Into a single value. Values parameter aggregate into a single variable. So in linear algebra, that means it's a linear functional. Right? If it's spitting back a number, or I guess if it's a single value, like a... Does it have to be numbers? Maybe it doesn't have to be numbers. Because you could do like an aggregate function where you're doing like the mode or something and you're returning the name of the thing. Maybe. Maybe we could do that, actually. Can we do that? Do I know how to do that? The name of the column with the mode. So you take in a value. Let's try something. Oh, interesting. It's just built in. It's just built in. It's just built in. So we could find out who's giving the most sales just by doing this. Let me just like write a little thing. Who's making the most sales orders, I guess? I don't know if that makes sense. Rather than count unique, let's do the mode. It's not a valid function. But, I mean, what we could do is we can just do mode. So what we'll do is we'll take in a series. So we'll do define, and actually, I guess we can just like move this up. Um, series mode. Taking values, and then what we do is we return, what did I call it? Values dot mode. So the mode wasn't 1. Or no. God, what am I doing? Yeah, there we go. That works. I think actually this should work. Let me see something. I think I'm just not returning the right ag function. The function that we have available to us, the ag function we want, is dot mode. Is that? Yeah, that's it. That's how you enter it. So you can take an aggregation function. You can take it from pandas library, the series module, and then take in the series data type, right? And then take in the mode attribute, which is a function in that case, the mode function. Yeah, yes, so cool, so cool. Okay, we use series unique to obtain the thing. So uh, let's go. Well, let's go back because we can do this. We don't even need to write a custom function for that. It's the length, right? Length of the value is unique. So I think what you can do. Oh, but wait a minute. Yeah, you're gonna have to because you can't just pass in the one function. Wait a minute. Maybe you can, right? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Len. Yeah, how would you do it? Maybe you could take in the lambda. I'm pretty sure that's how you would do it. I'm pretty sure that's how you would do it. Let's just try it. Series mode. And then we defined it like that. And then we counted from there. But another way to do this then is to go, instead of this, is to do this instead. Not count unique, but we're going to do a lambda. And the x, so we're going to have values, right? Values or something like there or something. And it's going to go values. And then, len of values dot unique. Does that work? No, right? Oh gosh, no. Okay, well. Oh, that does work. It does. You just have to calculate call the unique function. Values dot unique. And then there. The length of the values dot unique. You can just pass that in as a lambda. You don't need to create the other function, although it might be like better if you're gonna reuse this function, count unique, throughout your analysis. Do that. But if we're just doing a one-off, we can pass in a lambda. Isn't that cool? Look at that. Look, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So cool. Lambda values, len of values unique. Haha. That's interesting that it works that way because like length, you're actually calling the function in that way. Although, uh, well, each one is taking in, yeah. Oh, no, it works that way. It does work that way. Because it doesn't get evaluated until you call the value, until you call the lambda, until you call the function. So cool. So cool. I hope everyone's having fun. I really do. Okay, the length function, return there, and then we can scroll back down here. Okay. You've already seen that you usually assign a function to agfunc as a string. And for example, agfunc min, when you assign a user-defined function, you refer to it using its name without quotes or parentheses. The function's name is actually a variable that points to its code, so you're instructing agfunc to use this code. A common mistake is to code the assignment like agfunc is equal to count unique. By including the parentheses, you're calling the function and assigning its result to agfunc. Right. You want to pass the actual function. It's kind of like, I think there's probably like some kind of like closure going on there or something, with like an inner function that's passing that function to the inner part of the calculation of the function, the inner function, the outer function. Yeah. Bugs like this can be difficult to find, although in this case, a type error exception would highlight it for you. Yeah, obviously. And type errors are here as well. Cool. I do need to go over the errors and stuff like that, and creating your own error classes and stuff like that. I don't know how important that is for a data analyst, though. I don't think it's really that important. Probably not. So let's see more in more advanced aggregations. I'm just having too much fun right now. More advanced aggregations. And then we're going to see if you can determine. Okay, well, see. We're not going to see. We're going to determine how many. Do or do not. There is no try. Okay? The organization sells in each sales region and the total income made in each region. Okay, interesting. How many unique products this organization sells? So that's going to be going to count the unique, right? Products the organization sells in each sales region and the total income made in each region. Okay. Yeah, that's easy. Got any other brain busters? So the agfunc. Let's start with the agfuncs. Gonna be a list. The unique function. So we know how to do this. We do a lambda. We say values, right? They're gonna pass in values. That's gonna be our thing. Let's just do an x because, yeah, usually use x or y or z, right? Length of the x dot unique. There. Gonna pass that in. Next, the total income made in each region. So wait, how did we get income? Do we have to do some kind of like calculation of like their unit price? What do you mean income? The total income made in each region. What do you mean? What do you mean by income? Wait, I don't understand this. The total income made. Wait, did I miss one of the solutions? No, I didn't. Right? Because we calculated multiple variable values. Oh, they wanted the space for the whatchamacallit, but that's okay. We're not gonna quibble over that. What do you mean by the income? The unit price? Unit price or the sale price? Unit price. Unit price is for each, right? And then the sale price, I'm guessing, is the unit price times the quantity. Is that what's happening? Let's take a look at what we have here. Wait, did I even do a... Did I even look at anything? Yeah, I did. Sample. Sales price 4 times 1950, so that's 4 times 20 minus 2 is 78. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the calculation. So what do you mean by income? I don't know what we're talking about. Sale price? How much income in each? How much income? How much income? Oh, you know what? We could also do the mode on the order date and see how uh yeah, you could find out which date is the most the busiest day, right? And then you could also find out the maximum of the aggregated thing there. Okay, so you can do some pretty funky, some pretty complex stuff here. Produce name, product number, produce name. What is produce name? It's probably supposed to be product name. That's just a typo. Um, yeah, I don't understand. What do you mean? The only numerical things are the quantity, the unit price, and the sale price. So the income. Are you just saying sale price? Is that what we're going with? Or we're just putting the sale price as a different thing? The total income made in each region? Unique products the organization sells in each region, right? So that's going to be um, values is going to be a list too. So, oh, actually, no, for the ag func. Well, yeah, it is going to be a list, but we just need to figure out something. Product ID, product name. Wait, I gotta go back up. Product number. I think that's the identifier. Why isn't product number a like an int64 or anything? Oh, because okay. All right. So that's probably a unique thing, right? For the well, yeah. Okay. In our sense, it just back down to here, and we're gonna say product number for one of them, and then we have to assign it to it. So total income. So I don't know what these is. It sales price? So we have to take in a lambda function, and oh, that's interesting though. Will this work? Is that hashable? Is a function hash? Are lambdas hashable? I don't know. Oh gosh. So we're gonna do that on product number, and then we on the sales price we want to do the sum, and then the index. Is just going to be the sales region. Right. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. After dictionary key, we're doing the sum with the its sale price. Yeah, it's not the argument may be a series. What are we talking about? I don't know what we're talking about here. Is that not gonna work? Maybe because I have to like it's not is it hashable? No. Maybe that's why. So if it doesn't work for this, so let me just do like exit out of that, but then, or comment that out, and then, so we do have our count unique here. I think functions are hashable. Maybe not. Count unique is not, because it doesn't exist. Wait a minute, what are we talking about? Columns doesn't exist. What do you mean? Oh, I have it backwards. I have it backwards. Of course. Strings are hashable. That's why. Why didn't I think it would be the other way? Strings are hashable, so we're going to do product number. And there's a multiple, yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Product number, this is the unique count, right? Count unique. I guess if you like did it as a list, maybe it would work that way. Oh shoot, what did I do? I don't think that's gonna work actually. But if you did it as sale price, I don't remember how you did it. I think, was it under here? No, hashable, unhashable type is the list. Lists are not hashable because they're mutable. Mutable types can't be hashable. Dude, I don't know. Is this right? I just wanted to display the like sum of sale price or total sale price. I guess we could like change the name because we would want to we want to rename columns, right? We want to rename columns, and you pass in a dictionary this way. So we pass in product number, and then product number is going to say unique products, let's say. And then we're going to do sale price is going to be total income, I guess, is what we say. Cool. I mean, that's cool. And then we can do, oh wait, is sales region a column? No, it's an index, right? We have to rename the index. Yeah, rename the and then we can just rename the index straight up, right? Because, well, I think so. No. A collection of some kind. List object is not callable? Uh, how do you rename? That should be it, shouldn't it? Sales region, rename the index. Series rename. Index use scalar hash plus sequence to collect or functional errors. Level in case of multi only rename labels in the specified level. Can I do it without that? Can I do it like this? No, that doesn't work. Sales region. Maybe it, yeah, because it's a multi-column. Maybe if I do it as the no, the list isn't hashable. Duh. Yeah. How do I rename the index? There has to be a way. Set the name of the axis. Oh, because it's not a data frame. It's not a. Oh my god. We need to do the data frame index. Um. So maybe it is that. I know I can just keep it like that. Then I can do. Still not doing it. It's so weird. Oh. Rename index name. Um. Well, it's just going to return an index. I want it to be column index. No, set index is, what is he talking about? That wasn't the thing. You want to rename it. Why is that not, like, a new data frame is returned while the new one remains unchanged? One with the row 1. Index. Why didn't that work? It should work, right? And then, okay, so there's that, right? And then there's you do the multi-index. Okay. There it is. Ah, okay. So it's rename axis. So the default then for the axis is going to be the index. Okay. It's going to be the, yeah, okay. I think that's how you do it. I get rid of multi-index using that. So multi-index. Can I do this as a read thing? Okay. That's how we do it. You can save the, yeah, you can change the names of things. Okay. Okay, is that what we wanted? That does look like what we got. 251, 751. That looks correct. It looks correct. It looks like what I did. And that was the end of it. Okay. All right. And then that's it. And then we got some additional things at the end here. But I think I'm going to take a break and finish this up in a few minutes. Before I do that, let's get a markdown cell with the using dot group by and cross tab for aggregation. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna come back. Be back shortly. So, okay. Right, so we have taken a look. Okay, jumping right back over to here. So we did some advanced aggregations, learned a little bit about how to pass lambda functions into the aggregate function for the ag func for pivot tables, right? So that was good. Nice. Okay, so not too much more left for today then. Just gonna do group by and crosstab for aggregation. And I'm getting comfortable with this. It's getting, it's coming back. All those skills are coming back, so that's good. Pretty happy with how today's been going. Let's see. Although your pivot table experience so far has been focused on pivot table, it's not the only way to perform data aggregation in pandas. Data frames also have a group by method, while pandas provides a crosstab function that also aggregates data. Okay, crosstab function and group by. Yeah. So let me just close that because it was context managers and then writing out to, yeah, you can send your output to different things for that. Data visualization, don't I have this? Pretty sure I have this somewhere. Yeah. I'd like to do at least one of these articles a week while I'm doing the job search. So like to use um, my learn day. My learn day could be going over a real Python um, article. Nice. It would be fun. Okay. Let's see. So in this section, we'll see examples of how we can use group by and crosstab to do more than just pivot table. And you can do more than that with it. Okay. Can you do everything that pivot table does with crosstab? Because I mean, this is pretty slick. A pretty slick. What do you want to call it? Like an interface, but like an API or something. I mean, this is pretty neat. It's a pretty neat little structure here. You got your agfunc, you got your values, you got your columns, you got your index, and you just fiddle around with those things, and you get some cool stuff to come out of it. Okay, let's do this. One feature you might find useful that exists within group by but not pivot table is named aggregations. These allow you to apply custom column headings to clarify the display of your aggregated calculations. Well, I mean, I did that with this. I can change the names of the things. It wasn't like it took me a while to like figure out how to do that, but I guess maybe there's a nicer way to do it. I guess. So here's our next learning milestone. So, then use named aggregations to improve your output. Okay, how does that work? Calculate the lowest, average, highest, and standard deviation of the prices of each product category, then use named aggregations to improve your output. Then use named to improve your output. I don't understand. So sales DF, pivot table. The ag func that we want to use is a list of min, mean, max. You could do the median, right? I think median might be difficult to calculate here, right? And then the standard deviation, is it just STD? Hopefully that's what it is. And the prices of each product category, so the values. Sale price. And then the index is going to be product category. Right. And then we want named aggregations. I don't know how to do that. What does that mean? Right. Product category. Agfunc is that. Okay. Above, you analyzed your data by product category and calculated the minimum, average, maximum, and standard deviation of the sale price. However, this output certainly gave what you want. Gave you what you wanted. The column headings showing each sale price are not very well presented. This is where named aggregations can help. Okay. To perform an aggregation calculation using group by, you pass it the column or columns you want to group by. This returns something called a data frame group by object, right? Which contains an ag method that allows you to define the aggregation functions to be used as well as their headings. Okay. Right. Well, oh, wait a minute. I might be thinking about something here. Group by. Yeah. Well, okay. I'm a little confused as how we're going to use this here. Okay, so we can do this in a different way. We can do sales. Or I guess this is the standard way to do this. Sales df dot group by. And we're going to group by the product category. Okay, and then you're going to do the aggregation, right? You group by and then you aggregate, right? Right. I haven't done this in so long. So you take a tuple, sale price with the min, and then the average price is the sale price with the mean. Oops. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. Standard deviation. Gonna be sale price with STDs. Thanks. Thanks for remembering. So that's one way to do it too, with group buys. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. So yeah, it is group buys. That's like the connection I made, like when we were doing pivot tables like a long time ago, was that like, because I got pretty good at using group by, and I was just like, oh, it's just like using group by and like, aggregating and getting those things. So, but I didn't know that you could name them by giving them a name. Like you're like assigning a name, low price, to this tuple, and then something's going on that's parsing this with the ag function that's passing through those parameter names, the quarks. Be interesting to look into the background of that. This would be a very good thing to do. And it's updated it's been updated most recently, like the other day. Like earlier this week. We have a US Congress data set. Nice. All right, I have to do this one. I have to do this one at some time. So what I'll do I want to schedule it, or do I want to just, maybe I want to schedule it. I think what I'll do is I'll just, right, no, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Schedule. Group by, and then just do that one. I'll have to schedule that at some time. Because yeah, this is really handy here. Very handy to deal with there. Using group by. Definitely a core. It's a tool that we need to have in our tool set, right? Got to have that in our tool set as the group by function and having some pretty good command of that. Okay. Another common way to create an aggregation is to use the crosstab function. This has similar functionality to the pivot table because, as we learned earlier, it uses pivot table to perform its analysis. The major difference is that data is passed to crosstab as an individual pandas series. Right, because and then it does, and then it figures out what it needs to do. Okay. So it uses pivot table under the hood, apparently. Interesting. So crosstab then passes, passes some of these things into pivot table. But you can also normalize columns. You can do a little bit more here, right? That's what I remember using this for. And you can name the margins. Well, you can do that with pivot table too. And you can name the column names and the row names. So that was why we used crosstab rather than pivot table. Although it is fun to know how to use pivot tables. Why is it called a pivot table? I know that like when you transpose it, it's swapping the index with the columns, right? So maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. This means you know more about crosstab than you first thought because it's very similar to pivot table. So let's do this though. So in order to do this is pd.crosstab, right? We can't do it on well, actually, maybe we can. You have to crosstab? No, you have to do pd.crosstab. Because it's not a data frame. Yeah, it's not a data frame method. It's a series method or something like that, right? But maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, because you have to do sales and have to pass in series. Sir. Sure. Column. Sales df. Sales region. So maybe it's a little bit easier to work with in your IDE as well. Because the lint or the code hints come up better, seemingly. Margin's name. Okay. Cool. Kel. Very cool. Very cool. Very nice. So, columns names. So we had col names and then we had row names or something like that. How did you work with col names? Takes in as a sequence. If passed must match number of row arrays passed. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that. The parameters used by crosstab are similar to those used in pivot table. Indeed, in the example above, each parameter has the same effect as its pivot table equivalent. The only difference is that crosstab function must have its data series passed in using a data frame in reference. I'm curious though if I could pass this as the series have a crosstab. Let me just see something. Just letting my mind just go nutty. That's what I love. I love it. Nope, there is no series method named crosstab. So yeah, okay. Must have its data series passed in using a data frame reference, meaning data can be sourced from multiple data frames. That's powerful. Okay. That's powerful. Very, very powerful. Very powerful. Okay. So in this example, each row is analyzed by job title, while each column is analyzed by sales region. One feature supported by crosstab that's not included in pivot table is the normalize parameter. When you set normalize equals true, you divide each cell by the total of all other cells in the resulting data frame. That's very useful sometimes when you want to find percentages of the whole, or find the distribution. Define the frequencies of the distribution. Normalize equals true. Normalize, and why do I? Oh wait, I gotta. I gotta do a little something here. Gosh, the gosh dang, I gotta do something here. Reset the option of the display of the float format or float format. There we go. Oh gosh, that's terrible though. Wait a minute. One minute. One minute. Can you do? How'd you do? Oh. Error. No. 2%. 2%. Number 2% of ferment. Okay, there we go. That's how we do it. Fun stuff. So it's yeah, this is a really good article. I like this article. Very, very good article. I'm gonna give it a 17 thumbs up. This code is very similar to the previous example, except that by setting normalize equals true, you calculated each figure as a percentage of the total. You also used, that to display the output in the conventional percentage format. You actually didn't do it as a percentage. You calculated it as a, not a percentage, but a, what do you want to call it? A proportion of the total. A proportion of the total. And then you use this to convert it to a frequency, to convert it to a percentage. That's just nitpicking some language here, and that's it. Okay, so that's what we're going to look at. So crosstab is another way to extend the features of pivot table. So now, wow, what a day! Wow, that was a lot, but this was so fun. So much fun with this one. Hi. So much fun. You now have a comprehensive understanding of how to use the pivot table method, its core parameters, and how they're used to structure pivot tables. Most importantly, you learned the importance of thinking through what you want to achieve before implementing it. You also learned how to create a pivot table using the data framed up pivot table's method's main parameters, and how some parameters can produce a more detailed analysis with lists of values instead of single values. And to round off your knowledge of pivot table, you learned how to create pivot tables that perform multiple aggregations, column-specific aggregations, and even custom aggregations. You were also introduced to 2 other ways of aggregating data using a group by and crosstab, which you can continue to investigate on your own to expand your knowledge even further. Now you can confidently produce interesting and complex views of data to allow the insights within to be revealed. Congratulations on completing this tutorial and enjoy employing these newfound skills to your future data analysis projects. Love this one. This is so good. What did I love? Yeah. This was so good, man. I liked how how the author prompted the reader to think about um, um, what they want to let's say prompt readers think about what we want to achieve. Um, it was very instructive. All right, first, see how far. Let's see. Or like, let's use some Brit speak here. Have a go at it. My number one takeaway here. uh, Crosstab is built on pivot table. Pivot table is built on group buys. Crosstab extends pivot table. And pivot table kind of abstracts group buy. How could we improve it? I don't know. This is so good. I really don't know. Like, I don't know what else could be done here. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's say yes. Let's say that. I'll give it a thumbs up. I'll give it my stamp of approval. Thank you for letting me do this on stream then. Um, I don't know what I'm pretty sure that they're okay with this being, reproduced on stream. I'm not sure though. I thought I read something somewhere that said it was okay. They have a YouTube too. Am I subscribed to their YouTube? Let's see, yes I am. Okay. I also have a Slack workspace, right? I think. Maybe not anymore. Slack. No. No. They say AI work. No. Why? 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 Everything. You corrupt everything. No. No, no, no. Oops. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here, honestly. I got my confirmation. Got my confirmation code right now. I'm gonna go ahead and paste it in there and sign in with Samuel. I don't need that. They don't actually. Do they even have that? It's funny because I don't think it's open to anybody. Can't I just open up every single workspace? I have to choose open data D. Right, open data. What's the yeah? 100 days of code. I also had my own personal Slack workspace, which I used for like some automating things for personal use, like with like Khan Academy and stuff, or Udemy, when I could find out like when Udemy is down. Foundations, data everywhere. You're feeling stuck. Do that. Actually, I need to cancel this. I don't know why that's on there. Using any in mostly Python. Well, that's pretty good. Okay. Where do I have that? Because I have like 13 things here. Let me see. Did I see the course era thing? Because I could have sworn. Inbox. Oh gosh, I guess I must have deleted that one on accident. Let me see, because I want to get the money back on that course. Unless, of course, a course is a course is a course is a course. My purchases. I don't want this thing. Can I like get a refund? Oh, it's a subscription? Um, They've request a refund. Specialization's not right for me. I don't think. Not enough help provided when I have stuff. It's definitely not worth the price. I mean, I don't know. Refund to the Corsair. I just want the original payment thing. Well, at least they like offer refunds. That's nice. Okay. Applied data science with Python. Right. Never did finish that, did I? I started like a specialization and then I didn't finish it. So launching, open, use it in my browser. That's what I want. A lost sale. Let's see what's happening here. Okay. Well, thanks for nobody for showing up today. Maybe tomorrow. Well, I'm not gonna really do much tomorrow. Besides review. So no job postings. Compare plans. Okay, they have Python jobs there too, and they're in New York. Back-end software engineer. I don't know about that. I don't know what I want to do now because like this is the only thing I really wanted to finish for today. Actually, I close this down now that we're finished with that. So very nice. We finished pivot tables. Very fun. Very cool. Very fun. Reforming the federal hiring process and the research guides and Apache license. So I got to sort through those things. But I'll do a recap tomorrow of the week. Yeah. Because it was a kind of short week. Because I only did, we didn't have Monday. But given, like, even so, given that, let me go over and deal with that in a second. Hang on a second. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close that down. Oh, I didn't use any of my focus blocks or anything. Daily progress completed there, so it didn't even reset. Okay, so we can close this down. Do that. Actually, run that thing, because I'm pretty sure I didn't run that yet. Just kind of hanging out at this point until the end of the day, which is really just until my mind just goes blank. Still feeling pretty good. So I'm going to take a look at my schedule here for this. And I did have, okay, so I had this this sucker up as well. Reading. Oh, I was going to do some Khan Academy. I guess I'll just delete that. It was good. It was good intentions. Tomorrow I have to get a haircut. It's getting very. It's just not looking great on the one side. So I want to clean it up a bit. And I'm thinking about like doing a dye or something. Like get some like blue in here or something. I like blue. Blue is pretty good. It's a pretty good color. I like the way that the hair has been laying. So the stylist has been doing a great job. I've been to see her 2 times or 3. I think twice. Maybe 3. Maybe it has been 3. I don't know. But this time, maybe we'll talk about getting some color going on. So tomorrow I'll do my weekly review, and then I'll try to find projects that I can do. Really, like what I need to do, I don't know. I need to find a focus, really. Like, and I've been thinking about like congressional data and voting data, like representatives voting. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like where that would be useful aside from like 538 and some other nonprofits that use that kind of data. Um, hmm. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. But disappointed by this Constitution of the Laws, including sections 3301, 3302, and 7511 of Title 5. It is hereby ordered. Section 1, policy. Policy. American citizens deserve an excellent and efficient federal workforce that attracts the highest caliber of civil servants committed to achieving the freedom, prosperity, and democratic rule that our Constitution promotes. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure this right, this administration believes in that. But current federal hiring practices are broken, insular, and outdated. Well, that might be true. Maybe. I think hiring practices suck just all over the place. You know, it's like it's just true everywhere. There's always needs to be improved. They no longer focus on merit, practical skill, and dedication to our Constitution. So, like, focus on merit. That's I don't see how that is like practical skill, dedication to like. So for one, like you have to fit the qualifications. So I don't believe that they don't focus on merit. Practical skill, I don't know about that part because I don't know if they do any tests or anything. And then dedication to our Constitution, which like is just like, I don't know, that's just Like, of course you're going to um, approve of the idea of the United States Constitution as a living document, and and hold that the Constitution is the voice of the people, right? It's not really it's not really true. um uh but not fully true, I should say. But for the most part, yeah. You know? Second Amendment, we're pretty divided on that. I don't know if it would get us a 2/3 majority if you had to vote on it now, you know? Oh, here I am. I'm in this way. I need to get another view up in here about like me being to the side or something. I'm not sure about that. Yeah. Let's see. They no longer focus on merit, practical skill, and dedication to our Constitution. Federal hiring should not be based on impermissible factors. Why are they? That's a big word. That's like impermeable factors, impermissible. What is that? Too bad to be allowed? What? Such as one's commitment to illegal racial discrimination under the guise of equity. Oh, sure. Oh, God. One's commitment to the invented concept of gender. It's false on its premise. It's not it's not based on those things. Inserting such factors into the hiring process subverts the will of the people. It's not. It's not based on those things. It's taken into account. It's not based on those things. My goodness. Puts critical government functions at risk and risks losing the best qualified candidates. Well, are we gonna pay them? Like they generally don't get paid, as well as you would in the I don't know, man. By making our recruitment and hiring processes more efficient and focused on serving the nation, we will ensure that the federal workforce is prepared to help achieve American greatness. Let me actually bring this over here because I want to get rid of this over here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I had it and I lost it. Let me like increase the size of this here. There we go. Okay. By making more efficient and focusing on serving the nation, we will ensure that the federal workforce is prepared to help achieve American greatness and attracts the talent necessary to serve our citizens effectively. By significantly improving hiring principles and practices, Americans will receive the federal resources and services they deserve from the highest skilled federal workforce in the world. Right, because, they care about these things. These, spare me. Federal hiring plan. Within 120 days of the date of this order, the assistant to the president for domestic policy, in consultation with the director of the Office of Budget Management and Budget, the director of the Office of Personnel Management, and the administrator of the Department of Government Efficiency shall develop and send to agency heads a federal hiring plan that brings to the federal workforce only highly skilled Americans dedicated to the furtherance of American ideals, values, and interests. So it's a loyalty test, I guess, right? I mean, you basically take that like when you I don't know if you have to swear that, to uphold the Constitution and that. Prioritize recruitment of individuals committed to improving the efficiency of the federal government. Passionate about the ideals of our American Republic and committed to upholding the rule of law in the United States Constitution. The problem is this is introducing so many vagaries that, oh gosh, like it can just be like wielded so strangely, like passionate about the ideals of our American Republic. Who is defining that? Is Donald Trump defining that, what the ideals of our American Republic are? Because probably differ from a lot of people. Prevent the hiring of individuals based on their race, sex, or religion, and prevent the hiring of individuals who are unwilling to defend the Constitution or to faithfully serve the executive branch. So what are you going to do? You're going to eliminate that as data that's collected, right? Is that what we're going to do? I mean, that would probably be okay, but so right, you're not going to care about their gender then, right? That's what you're telling me. I don't believe that. Implement to the greatest extent possible technical and alternative assessments as required by the Chance to Compete Act of 2024. What was that? I'm not sure what that is. In the Senate. It's been enacted. Requires federal agencies to use technical assessments to fill most positions in the competitive service. What is competitive service? So it must transition to using technical assessments for hiring into competitive service positions unless the hiring agency certifies that it is impracticable. Technical assessments must be developed by subject matter experts within each hiring agency and allow for candidates to demonstrate job-related skills and knowledge. However, they may not include an occupational questionnaire. An agency may determine that the use of a technical assessment to assess applicants for a position in the competitive service is not practicable and instead use an occupational questionnaire. An occupational questionnaire is an evaluation system in which applicants self-rate their training and experience, and that is commonly delivered through an automated system such as USA Jobs. OPM must also study and report to Congress regarding the feasibility of examining agencies sharing technical assessments and the development of an online platform to be used by the agencies. The OPM plan must be provided to Congress within 18 months after the bill's enactment and implemented within 3 years following the bill's enactment. Okay. Interesting. This isn't the voting. What was the voting? Sponsored by Kirsten Cinema. Became law, maybe. Let's take a look at all actions. I kind of want to see the Senate votes, though. What are we looking for? Where's the vote? Unanimous consent. What does that mean? Agreed to. So an amendment added in unanimous passed Senate with an amendment by unanimous consent. So there was. So it was like sent back. Measure laid before it by. Wait, what is this order twice referred to? Presented to president. It hasn't been signed, though. I'm guessing, right? Wait, no, maybe it was because I don't have the executive branch. Yeah, it became law on the 23rd, signed by Biden. Okay. Um, this vague though, because this was this Trump's executive order? Oh, it has to be because of Doge, right? Of course. Um, yeah. I don't know if any president would put out put it out at the end of their term. Okay. Chance to Compete Act. So I want to like get the text of this bill somewhere. I do want to see. Oh, what is that about? All information except for the bill, or is there committee meetings, past Senate, tracker? Can I see the bill? Citations, subscribe, share feedback options. Include full text when available. Weird. Hundred and 18th Congress. What is the 250? What's 250 mean? Okay, so this is the text, I think. We download it. Mitford Romney. LOS text, so we can get the PDF. Let's get that and then download it. I'll just put that in our job hunt thing as well. I'll try to understand this scene. How does this like affect the hiring then of federal stuff over the next 90 days? Like, I don't know. Where can we see the voting for this? Oh, hang on a second. Hey, Bob, let's go outside. All right. I'm going to take this offline. I'll be back uh, on Monday, and maybe do a quick update tomorrow and go over the weekly review and see like, and then like work on some projects. Um, yeah, and I also want to look into basket analysis. So we'll do that. I don't know what that is. So I want to try to understand like what kind of projects I should look for. And so I'm understanding that like I want to either work in government or small businesses. So maybe I do want to do some like kind of market analytics stuff. And then see like what that entails. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna go to space, but yeah, just take it day by day. And it's today was really fun. Just learning the pivot tables and stuff. Working with VS Code, working with Jupyter Notebook. Oh, hang on, baby. Hang on. So I gotta go. I'll see you all at least next week, if not tomorrow. See ya.